government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway, from Charlotte, another line going from in Florida down to Tampa of Putin's kleptocracy. Yeah. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to the idea that let's be clear. I hear it all the time. Cumulative, definitely, I can play for the programs many times over.
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
Let me start off with two words. Made in America. Made in America.
Welcome back to another night of Shtick with Koolfrogg. Well rested, ready to go. Should be a good night. Lots of news. When I say lots of news, I've so many tabs open. It's ridiculous. I'm going to open up every single one of them. I'm going to go through all of it. You got to remember now, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday all didn't have, or now it's Monday. So, those 3 days of not covering news to go into today, really seriously, there's just so much to talk about. I was watching other people's shows tonight, and I'm like all this stuff seems to be covered somewhere or whatever. I'm glad that I'm doing what I'm doing on mine. I might be here for quite a few hours if worst comes to worst. We'll see what happens. AmericaShirts did say that he was available. He should be here at some point in time. You know how to get him here is simply chant for him. Give him a good chant. He'll show up. That being said, Rumble's still open as well. Anybody that's over on Rumble, go ahead, hit that thumbs up button. I do watch my chat. Go ahead and say something if you feel necessary. We'll see if we can't actually answer any questions or statements, throughout the whole thing. YouTube knows that, right? So let's get a move on, I suppose. I know that there's other people that are doing things. So I don't expect to have a whole huge crowd super early here. So let's make sure that we get the right screens here. So as you can see, it says from cluster bombs to voting challenges, TikTok voting challenges. That will be the last thing that we actually cover as we make it through this big, huge list of important information that everybody should actually have. What is up, Lucky Chucky? Boomer and Daisy Girl are here already. I'm glad that you're here. Asperger's. What? Who's eating Asperger's? Nobody eats Asperger's. Cluster bombs. That's the thing. That's a big thing. That's a big no-no, really, when it comes down to it. So, as you can see, first article here, whatever, on cluster bombs. California Congressman Barbara Lee sole vote against the Afghanistan war in 2001 leads party dissent over Biden's decision. So, Biden goes ahead, makes the decision. It says that he wants to go ahead and send cluster bombs to Ukraine. Now, anybody that doesn't know what, cluster bombs are like or whatever, is pretty much what it would do is it would explode and detonate multiple different explosions at the same time, causing the smaller explosions to be very random, but in a larger space. The hard part about it is the uncouth thing about it is that some of them Some of the caps have the tendency to not explode, and civilians later on come across them and they explode on them, taking out innocent civilians, um, which it's a bad thing. It's something that we shouldn't have to worry about. Something that Biden's wasn't okay with. His administration wasn't okay with it at all. Now all of a sudden being okay with it. So you can see these little capsules, whatever that this guy's holding in his hand or whatever, holds a diffused cluster bomb. So they're launched in multiples at the same time, and then these little cluster bombs just kind of go off, boom, 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 causing tear and damage wherever they go. The decision to provide cluster munitions to Ukraine risks costing the U.S. its moral leadership in world affairs. The influential California Democrat Congresswoman Barbara Lee said, "We know what takes place in terms of cluster bombs being very dangerous to civilians. They don't always immediately explode. Children can step on them. That's the line we should not cross." 2001, Lee was the only member of Congress to vote against the war in Afghanistan. She was running to replace the retiring Dianne Feinstein in the Senate next year. So there's several people running to fill Dianne Feinstein's seat. And she's one of them. She's one of them that's actually trying to do so. So I don't know if this is a ploy for her to actually pick up votes from anybody or whatever that actually feels that war's wrong or that cluster bombs would actually be wrong and very inhumane. Speaking to CNN's State of the Union, she added, "I think Joe Biden has been doing a good job managing Russian President Vladimir Putin's aggressive war against Ukraine, but I think that this should not happen. Biden had to ask for a waiver under the Foreign Assistance Act just to do it because we have been preventing the use of cluster bombs since I believe 2010. So for the better part of a decade plus, we really seriously had been not using it. When you have to actually go and get a waiver from Foreign Assistance Act, which it says that it's okay for you to actually go ahead and deploy such a weapon on anybody is dangerous and scary in itself. To think that you'd actually want to go ahead and actually see if you can't get the waiver, because this is going to go against every other country that you're allied with. They all have to sign off on it. Every single one of them are going to have to sign off on it and say that it's okay for you to actually go ahead and do this. Biden also spoke to CNN in an interview released in travel of UK when the NATO summit in Lithuania. His host, Farad Zakaria, said these are weapons that 100 nations ban, including some of the closest NATO allies. When there's news that the Russian might be using it immediately against civilians, your then press secretary said this might constitute war crimes. What made you change your mind? Biden said two things. And it's a very difficult decision on my part. I discussed this with our allies, discussed this with our friends up on Capitol Hill. And we're in a situation where Ukraine continues to be brutally attacked across the board by these cluster munitions that have dud rates that are very high, that are danger in civilians, number one. Dud rates refers to cluster munition bomblets that do not explode when fired or dropped, but can do so later, which is, like I said, that's the dangerous part. That's the dangerous part. That's the part that nobody actually wants to actually understand that, this can be very dangerous. And there's a lot of countries that do understand this, and there's a lot of countries that are going to actually, backpedal on this and be like, no, no, no. You want to go ahead and use these tools of war against other people. It's not fair. Stream 24 forever. Don't duck across the West. Shake the world. Thank you, Stream Forever 2024 Forever over on Rumble for that. I don't know if that's a bot or what that is. Biden continued. Number 2, the Ukrainians are running out of ammunition, and so that I finally did. I took the recommendation of Defense Department to provide them with something that was very low dud rate. I think it's 1 in 50, which is at least likely to blowing up, and it's not used in civilian areas. They're trying to stop those tanks from rolling. So, not in civilian areas. What piece of land are not civilian areas? Are you kidding me right now? Where are these tanks actually driving? Through the factory? Through the private property of? No, they're going down the street. Civilian streets. You're not going to tell me that you're going to go ahead and you're going to go and launch cluster bombs in non-civilian areas when that's not true. It's not true. It doesn't matter where you actually release them, whether you release them in Ukraine or Russia or anywhere else in between, or Turkey. You might have an issue with them in the near future, or even Belarus, your own ally. You drop that kind of ammunition in them, they're going to be very upset with you. Biden said, it took me a while to be convinced to do it. But the main thing is, they either have the weapons to stop the Russians now from stopping the Ukrainian offensive, or they don't. And I think they needed them. So, out of your own ignorance of, hey, what's up, Divinity? Good to see you over there. Out of your own ignorance, thinking that you think that they needed them, I don't believe that Joe Biden actually thinks. I don't think he actually has a brain in his head capable of actually thinking. For him to actually go ahead and say, well, I think they needed them. Who the hell do you think you are? Just because you're the president of the United States doesn't mean you get to actually make this final decision. You have to actually ask for permission in the first place. And now you're going to go ahead and release them. You're going to go ahead and do what it is that you want. Lee was asked if the U.S. was at risk in engaging in war crimes. What I think is that we should risk losing our moral leadership, she said, because when you look at the fact that over 120 countries have signed the Convention of Cluster Munitions, saying that they should never be used, that never should actually be in capital letters, underscored 3 times. They should never be used. Not in any instance should they even be made or produced. But that's what they're doing. They're going ahead. They're still making these and producing these munitions so that they're available. They are available. And you know that is the other reason, reason number 3, that he would do such a thing is because he believes that we don't have ammunition to actually send them any longer. Like, there is none left. So he's resorting to the last tactic of dirty war. Let's send cluster bombs. You go ahead, you break this convention of war. You are now the warmonger. You are now the warmonger. You are the one that they're going to actually be looking at. You are the one that that Putin is going to turn over and actually start coming after, as opposed to just going after Ukraine. Especially all the other things that are going on. You see all these tabs up there, right? You see all those tabs? There's 60 some odd tabs that are open. We're going to go through every single freaking one of them tonight. Because when you look at the fact that 120 countries have signed the Convention of Cluster Munitions, saying that you would never be used, that means never. That's going to go. The next thing to come up is going to be nuclear weapons or any other biological weapon that comes up before nuke. It doesn't matter what it is when you actually think about it. there's a lot of things to actually think about. There's a lot of things to think about, and it is very dangerous. In fact, many of us have urged the administration to sign on to this convention, and so I'm hoping that the administration could reconsider this, because this is very dangerous bombs, and this is the line that I don't believe we should cross. Another influential Democrat, Tim Kaine from Virginia, and a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, also questioned Biden's decision. It would give a green light to other nations to do something different as well. He has a great point. He has a great point. It's going to open up all these other nations to do something stupid. Like, oh, you can do acts of war? I can do acts of war too. Look, I can do it 3. I mean, you're just going to get every single other nation just being like, yes, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to drop more and more of these cluster bombs of different styles of munitions, biological warfare. Why? Because you signed the thing saying that it was okay. You got the permission to go ahead and actually use cluster bombs. You are the war criminal, Joe Biden. Appreciates the Biden's administration has grappled with the risks. A House Republican, Michael McCall of Texas, chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, said that he did not see anything wrong with supplying cluster bombs. And then you get this Republican from Texas that's just like, duh. Just go ahead and just give it to them. They want to do it, let them do it. They want to be stupid and blow each other up, let them be stupid, blow each other up. What is up, Great Liquor? Good to see you. Good to see you. Speaking to CNN, McCall said Russia is dropping with impunity cluster bombs in Ukraine. All the Ukrainians and President Volodymyr Zelensky is asking for is to give them the same weapons the Russians have to use in their own country against Russians who are in their own country. They do not want these to be used in Russia. McCall criticized Biden, saying, as you look at the counteroffensive, it's been slowed tremendously because the administration has been so slow to get the weapons. Because it's been so slow to give the weapons, we've been given just billions and billions of dollars worth of weapons for the last couple of years now. Year and a half, what, I don't know. It's been some time. But yet we're sitting there dealing with this. Where it's, oh, well, it takes time to give them the weapons. It takes time. Yeah, right. You already gave them everything. We don't have anything left to give. You're going to be like, well, it's okay. Just slow turnaround. No big deal. We don't need them back either, apparently. John Kirby, the National Security Council spokesperson for ABC's This Week. We are very mindful of the concerns about the unexploded ordinances being picked up by civilians or children and being hurt. And we're going to focus on Ukraine with demining efforts. In fact, we're doing it right now, and we will when war conditions permit. So you're already running demining efforts across Ukraine because of potential cluster bombs being used by Russia. So because Russia's doing something, we're getting the second wrong. It doesn't make it right. I don't understand if that's something that people still think of. It's like 2 wrongs make a right. It's not true. 2 wrongs never make a right. And you don't be an idiot and say 3 lefts do. Because that's the dumbest thing I've ever fucking heard. McCall criticized Biden, saying, as you look at the counteroffensive, it's very slow tremendously because the administration has been so slow to get the weapons. John Kirby, the National Security Council spokesperson, told ABC This Week, we're very mindful of the concerns. I'm sorry about that. She could skip through. Ukrainians push for membership of NATO is another divisive issue. I don't think it's ready for membership in NATO. I don't think this is. An, I don't think there is unanimity in NATO about whether or not to bring Ukraine into the family now in the middle of war. We're determined to defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory. It's a commitment we've all made, no matter what. Ukraine being at war with Russia currently should not have the right to enter into NATO, get NATO assistance until it's not at war. It's unfair to every country that's part of NATO to actually think that this is okay. Kirby said Ukraine needed to make reforms necessary for every NATO ally to become a member, political reforms, economic reforms, good governance, those kinds of things. Zelensky also spoke to ABC. If there's no unity in the invitation for Ukraine to join NATO, Ukraine should get clear security guarantees while it's not in NATO. That is a very important point. Adding that Ukraine would like to have all the decisions to be made during this summit. He said, it's obvious that I'll be there and I'll be doing whatever I can in order to, so to speak, expedite the solution. I don't want to go to Vilnius for fun if the decision has been made beforehand. So, Zelensky just wants to be the dictator that gets to push around every other country, including NATO, and tell them what to do, when to do it, how to do it, because he needs the help now. He needs the help now because he knows without the help, Russia's larger and would take them out. Why this is still going on is ridiculous. Both sides need to drop it. Both sides are pushing for something that doesn't necessarily need to be. So, like I said, the cluster bombs, it's going to be cluster bombs for a minute here. So the Biden regime has approved cluster bombs for Ukraine under the justification that Russia used them first. Oh, okay. So I got to stop this for a second. So here's Jen Psaki back in 2022, good year ago, on why we shouldn't be using cluster bombs.
There are reports of illegal cluster bombs and vacuum bombs being used by the Russians. If that's true, what is the next step of this administration? And is there a red line for how much violence will be tolerated against civilians in this manner that's illegal and potentially a war crime?
It would be. I don't have any confirmation of that. We have seen the reports. If that were true, it would potentially be a war crime. Obviously, there are a range of international fora that would assess that. So certainly we would look to that to be a part of that conversation.
Really? We don't want to do that. There's war crime to go ahead and use cluster bombs. The overthruster of a comment suggested that only the bad guys would use these little bomblets. So you're now looking into the future from 2022 and could see where Joe Biden would be the bad guy with war crimes. Cluster bombs are widely banned around the world. In fact, more than 120 nations have agreed to ban them. They agreed not to use, produce, transfer, or stockpile the weapons, to clear them after they've been used. The United States, Russia, and Ukraine are among the countries that have not signed on. 120 nations. 120 nations out there that have actually signed on to this deal. And for whatever reason, United States, Russia, and Ukraine aren't part of the deal. They aren't part of the deal. So it's still have to get the the permission to actually go ahead and do such a thing. But he's going to move ahead with it. He's going to do what he wants. They're absolutely all for civilians. I think these legislators and policymakers here in the United States see the photos coming back to the children are missing limbs, parents injured, killed in their own American cluster munitions. There's going to be a real awakening in the humanitarian disaster that this is. That's from Al Jazeera. When you have foreign papers actually looking at this as a humanitarian disaster, the rest of the world is laughing at us. The rest of the world is totally laughing at us because they're like, you got an old poopy old man sitting there doing stupid shit. Remember, this is the same wicked administration that recently approved radiological depleted uranium shells to be used in Ukraine, potentially poisoning some of the world's most fertile black soil for decades to come. Poisoning the soil in Ukraine. Does that make sense whatsoever? Why are we fighting for this country? Why are we continuously supplying more goods and whatever to this country over and over again when all we're doing is destroying it? It's ridiculous. Just destroy it over and over again. Revelation 18 speaks of the great harlot modern Babylon being destroyed in latter days and smashing the ability to traffic all manner of luxury products, including the bodies and souls of men, which I explored in my previous article about the story of Tim Ballard in The Sound of Freedom. We will actually talk more about the Sound of Freedom now that AmericaShirts is here as well. We will talk about this more as the show actually progresses. There's a couple different articles that do come up that actually talk about some of the goings on both sides of the aisle when it comes to that particular movie. What is up, AmericaShirts?
Yo, how was your flight with the flying squirrels over the weekend?
A flight with the flying squirrels. I've seen 0 flying squirrels.
Oh,
You've seen 0 flying squirrels.
well,
though I'd love to. That would have been fun. So I knew this was going to happen. I got a couple things of these articles that are unnecessary. I got so many articles here today. We're going to be here for a bit. You have time, right? How many hours do you think you have? You see all that? You see all them tabs? We'll push through them.
Is it 85 or 95?
It's 64.
I lost count.
Yeah.
Oh, close enough.
It's just a few, because we hadn't been here for a few days.
Of course.
Been on the show yesterday, kind of behind. Got to catch up a little bit. Supplying cluster bombs to Ukraine is wrong. NATO member. So, and really what it comes down to in this particular is cluster munitions should not be used in Ukraine under any circumstances. Spanish Defense Minister Margarita Robles said on Saturday. Her comment came a day after the U.S. announced that it would send the controversial ordinances to Ukraine. Spain, based on the firm commitment it has with Ukraine, also has a firm commitment that certain weapons and bombs cannot be delivered under any circumstances. No to cluster bombs, and yes to the legitimate defense of Ukraine, which we understand should not be carried out with cluster bombs. So again, so there's Spain. Spain's coming out and they're actually saying cluster bombs are a bad thing. And yeah, from the last article you seen that they're actually United States thinks it's okay because Russia used them first. So two wrongs make the right in their head. Now they got NATO members like Spain looking at him and saying, no, don't use them. Don't use them. It's not something that should be used, and it should have nothing to do with any of it. So then here you go. U.S. allies slam plan to send cluster bombs to Ukraine. Both Canada and the UK have said they're against using the weapons on the battlefield. Joe Biden wants to go down as a war criminal.
Oh, I always, out of well, anyway, the place was saying, and I was having a hard time there, walking around there, yeah. So, I mean, do you really think this guy actually knows what the hell's going on? Clearly,
He doesn't.
these people are just using U.S. munitions and then just spurring up more.
Oh, there's
fighting
no
even
U.S.
between
ammunitions left. There's nothing left. That's why he's resorting to actually sending the cluster bombs. There's nothing left. It's all gone. Anybody goes and tries to do anything to us, straight out mainland do anything to us, we're done. There's no way that we have any type of ammunition left here in the States. So here's the couple comments. We do not support the use of cluster munitions. The Canadian government told the national broadcaster CTV on Saturday Ottawa is committed to putting an end to the effects of cluster munitions have on civilians, particularly children, the statement read. Separately, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak told journalists that London does not support employing cluster bombs. The UK is signatory to a convention that prohibits production for use of cluster munitions and discourages their use. So, Rishi Sunak, comes straight out letting you know, hey, we discourage the use. Canada doesn't like it. UK doesn't like it. Spain doesn't like it. It's like you've already said, there's over 120 countries that have actually signed on to the munitions plan that says that they would not actually use cluster bombs. For whatever reason, though, America, Russia, and Ukraine are not on that list of countries. So, no war crime because we didn't sign on to it being a war crime to use them, but we called other people war criminals for using them.
Isn't that
As we
how
heard
that
from
works?
John Psaki. How ignorant can we be and allow this shit to continue? Let's see here. It says Canada is fully compliant with the UN Convention banning the weapons in 2008. There's more than 110 nations that have joined our agreement since then. Cluster bombs carry smaller explosive submunitions that are released in flight and scattered across the target area. They're typically used against personal and lightly armored vehicles. They also tend to leave behind undetonated duds that can remain in former conflict zones for decades. People continue to die because they use the type of weapon. So it's really seriously something that we really shouldn't support in any way, shape, or form. But some reason we still do.
Well, because as always, our lovely global elite will use the U.S. military as the default to do all kinds of different things across the world. Use our military, our intelligence assets, all of that kind of deal to do this kind of stuff. So the other nations don't have to do it. The other nations don't have to sign on. That's fine. They'll just use the U.S., the largest and most powerful of them, because we really don't need Britain. Like, oh wow, like oh the Frenchies don't like that, or like oh the Spaniards don't like that. Like Spain is some sort of military power at this point, like they were back in like the freaking 14 and 1500s or something. Like, I mean, like it's freaking, it's a little ridiculous. It's like, I mean, this is why they do it. It's because with the U.S. they can get away with it. That's just why. So these other nations, they're like, oh well, we're going to take the moral high ground. It's like, well, yeah, of course you can.
Of course.
Like, I mean, not that you've done that this entire time. You can give less of a crap of Ukraine bombing their own citizens with cluster bombs. But now that the U.S. is going to give it, it's like, well, let's take some sort of superiority and be like, yeah, the U.S. is terrible. The U.S. is crap. You know how that works. Like, any chance you can get to, like, go after the U.S. or like, oh, the U.S. is bad and all those people are whack and so forth. Like, any chance they can get to say that kind of stuff, they'll do it. They'll do it. And our globalist elite will be glad to let them, because this is all a part of the whole sort of mantra. So that's my opinion of their responses to this, like, the European nations' responses to this. But I mean, like, I mean, seriously, like, does anybody really think that, like, freaking, let's say, for example, like Boris Johnson, like, if there was some sort of an agreement, or if there wasn't some sort of, flack or something like that he would get, do you really think he would be against sending cluster bombs to Ukraine? I don't think he would. I don't think he actually would. And so that's why our global elite people that control all of these politicians and all these people in these other Western European nations, they're just like, well, we can't do it through any of these people. Okay, we'll do it through the U.S. And everybody else is like, oh yeah, it's the moral superiority high road. And then, the cluster bombs still get sent. Like, there's not, I mean, like, it's not like England's going to, like, sanction the United States because we sent weapons of mass destruction type deal of, well, that's a little bit, well, no, not exactly, but, it's a form of that. It's this sort of, like war criminal level weapons to the Ukraine to be used to the Russian side. And it'll be scattered all throughout their landscape from here to Kingdom Come. It's not like England or France or Spain is going to sanction the U.S. or Canada is going to be like, now, U.S., naughty. Like, they're not going to do that. They don't care, really. So, like, it's kind of an inside joke. It's kind of an inside thing, right? So, anyways, that's my analysis of all
there
that.
There you go. So, nice little analysis from AmericaShirts. So then, the last few articles that I actually read out, whatever that we actually just went through, those came through yesterday. Those are from the 9th. So then this is from today. Biden belatedly relents on cluster bombs from Ukraine. Washington's delayed decision to supply the controversial munition has contributed to the counteroffensive's slow progress. Washington's delayed decision to provide Ukraine with cluster munitions, a controversial weapon banned by many U.S. allies, is exposing the risks of depending on a distant and sometimes slow-acting power with its own interesting preliminary at heart. Since the Ukraine wars began 18 months ago, the U.S. has spearheaded a massive Western campaign of military aid to Kyiv, yet it often makes decisions in reaction to Russia's largely predictable moves on the battlefield. Advanced air defense weaponry, for instance, was supplied only after Russian planes and drones had been bombarded Ukrainian military positions and towns. So only did we hand them more weaponry, supposedly, as Russia went ahead and did more and more things. So Russia does something. Oh, we'll do something. Here, we'll help you. They played a king. Here, we'll help you play a king. They play a queen. Here, we'll help you play queen. They've just played a joker, and now we're actually gonna go ahead and we're gonna play our joker, and Joe Biden's gonna allow things like cluster bombs. Advanced
Yeah,
air
because
defensive weaponry, for instance.
men and women are created by the folks. The thing.
The thing. Advanced air defense weaponry, for instance, has supplied only after Russian planes and drones were bombarded by Ukrainian military positions and towns. Supplies of advanced long-range artillery, like the high-mobility artillery rocket system, HIMARS, only came after Russia began to hit Ukrainian positions from further and further distances. Ukraine is now lobbying heavily for fighter jets, but so far to no avail due to the concerns that it would escalate the conflict of the unpredictable ways. Moscow has repeatedly threatened to use tactical nuclear weapons in the conflict. Over the weekend, U.S. President Joe Biden decided to supply Ukraine with cluster bombs, which are launched in flocks over the wide area from a single shell. Ukrainian officials have requested them more than 7 months ago for use in planned counteroffensive campaign. 7 months ago. 7 months ago, they requested this. They had requested us to actually send them such a weapon that goes against any type of war crime, but they don't care about war crimes. They don't care. Because why? Because they feel that they're the ones that are on top of the world. They're the leaders of this world. They're not the leaders of this world. They really aren't. The Biden administration refused to request the Ukrainians launch broad counterattacks on Russian forces anyway. Without them, progress on the ground has been slow, and Ukrainians are beginning to publicly complain. The delayed cluster munitions supply decisions reflect on sometimes frustrating disconnect between Washington's decision makers and Kyiv's commanders on the ground over how best to prosecute the war. Critics say the U.S., by far the main supplier of weapons to Ukraine, is sometimes slow in anticipating shifting battlefield necessities for fear of seeming the aggressor of war in Russia instigated. In this case, Ukraine wanted the cluster bombs as part of an arsenal to use in the current campaign to help drive Russian troops eastward and out of the country. Under pressure to show military progress to impress its allies, Kyiv launched an offensive not only without the cluster munitions, but also in the face of the dwindling artillery ammunition and the lack of air power support it desires. So it really seriously, it's like it's an army with no navy, no air force, no marines. They got nothing. They got no support. They got no support whatsoever, other than what the United States sends them to use. Whatever the United States is continuously sending them to use. So when we think about it, we think about certain things. You really the F-16s that were supposed to be sent, they're not being trained properly. They're not being trained properly. I have an article about their training here in a short bit. It says Biden seemed apologetic when he announced the cluster bomb decision over the weekend. He suggested that it was meant not to become a permanent part of Ukraine's military kit, but rather a temporary supplement for the dwindling supplies of artillery shells. It was a very difficult decision on my part. The Ukrainians are running out of ammunition, and so what I finally did, I took the recommendation of the Defense Department to not permanently, but to allow for this transition period. So temporarily, here's some cluster bombs. Because we don't have the shells that you need that are required for you to continue on your offense. We're gonna give you something that makes us war crime or war criminals, but we're gonna go ahead and do it anyway. Just temporary. It's okay. They did it first.
Of course.
They did it first. It's okay.
Why would we want anything different?
Biden stated reluctance apparently aimed at mitigate both domestic and foreign concerns about the weapons deployment in February 2022. Biden officials decried reports of Russia's using cluster munitions. We have seen the reports. If they were true, it would potentially be a war crime, said then spokesperson Jen Psaki. We heard her say it. We watched the clip of her saying it just 2 minutes ago. The next month, Linda Greenfield Thomas, and U.S. ambassador to the United States, told the General Assembly that she had seen reports of Russia moving cluster bombs, which is banned under the Geneva Convention, into Ukraine. In reality, neither the US, Ukraine, nor Russia prohibits the use of cluster munitions. Eastern Europe, NATO allies, along with Russia's border, also embrace the weapon, while several NATO allies to the west prohibit them. Hence, Biden's message that the shipment is a temporary decision to fill a logistical hole. More than 120 countries have banned cluster bombs use. Last week, see now it's up to 120. Earlier it said 110. Last week, Human Rights Watch, the International Rights Monitor, decried the use of cluster bombs by both Ukrainians and Russians. Ukrainian forces have used cluster munitions that caused deaths and serious injury to civilians. Russian forces have extensively used cluster munitions, causing many civilian deaths. Both countries should stop using the inherently indiscriminate weapons, and no country should supply cluster munitions because of their foreseeable danger to civilians. However, Ukraine views the Biden administration's decision as more than a temporary fix. A research analyst for the Foundation of Defense of Democracies, a Washington-based lobbying outfit, cluster munitions are more effective than unitary artillery shells because they inflict damage over a wider area. This is important for Ukraine as they try to clear heavily fortified Russian positions. The whole Donbass region? Crimea? Which one? Ukrainian officials hope to soothe Allied concerns, pledged to only use them on military targets and not to drop them on Russia. You're going to drop them in your own territory. Very good. So smart. If you get anybody to actually leave that area, you get that area back. Go ahead, put your civilians back in there real quick and see what happens. Idiots. The U.S. military possesses as many as 3 million cluster munitions, according to the report. Oh, we're just going to probably give them the whole 3 million because, what's the point of us needing them anymore after this? Ukrainians will fire them via 155 millimeter artillery shells that are already widely in use, rather than dropping them from jet bombers, the more advanced method. That's because the U.S. and the Allies have supplied artillery pieces to the hundreds of Ukrainians, but not provided the F-16 fighter jets, which are atop Ukraine's current weaponry wish list. Of course they are. Of course they're. We're not going to. If we give them our F-16 fighter jets, what the. Are you fucking with? Those are the things that Joe Biden says you need to take over a country. We're going to go ahead and we're just going to hand them over. Here you go. Here you go. We don't need them. We don't need them. No big deal. Ukrainians also desire new air defense systems and more advanced tanks, which have been promised but not yet delivered, according to the report. Biden's cluster bomb decision coincided with the sudden outburst of pessimism from Ukrainian officials about the course of war. Ukrainians, usually upbeat President Volodymyr Zelensky, sourly told reporters that Allied help was welcome, but the tardiness of actual weaponry shipments has done harm to the war effort.
Usually upbeat. Upbeat? You call Vladimir Zelensky's demeanor in this entire thing
rather upbeat.
Is upbeat.
Mm-hmm.
Upbeat.
Yes.
I mean, I would have used the word.
Doesn't he look upbeat to you?
I don't know, like depressed, angry, filled with rage,
ignorant.
Several other descriptors I think I probably would have used before that one. Just say. Probably not the best description of his overall demeanor. Anyway.
No, not at all. It continues. It
the
says,
cross-dressing probably
to the
doesn't
U.S.
help either. Just
as leaders of our support, as Zelensky said, but I told them that we would like to start the counteroffensive earlier, and we need all the weapons and material for that. Why? Simply because If we start later, it'll go slower. Hmm? What? I told them that we would like to start our counteroffensive earlier. We need all the weapons and material for that. Why? Simply because we start later, it'll go slower. Oh, so it's going to take a little bit longer because it took you longer to get the materials? Because it maybe allowed Russians to fortify in a couple more locations that they didn't currently have when you were originally asked for them 7 months ago. It doesn't look like the territories are really growing or changing anything. It still, to me, looks like Russia pretty much just trying to take that Donbass region and liberate it to where it's supposed to be. The delays reportedly allowed Russia more time to prepare its defenses. Everyone understood that if the counteroffensive unfolds later, that the bigger part of our territory will be mined. We give our enemy the time and possibility to place more mines and prepare their defensive lines. Yep, you just gave them 7 months to go ahead and set up for something that they had no clue was coming of these cluster bombs. Yes, wonderful. I don't get Zelensky half the time. Half the stuff that he says doesn't make any sense. It's just a bunch of words and a bunch of gibberish.
Well, because the majority of it always leads up to a giant lie. So, like, that's probably why. Like, literally everything that comes out of his mouth is gibberish that leads to a giant, fat, disgusting lie. Like, every freaking time. He just stands there and gaslights the entire freaking planet that listens. The entire time he talks. All the freaking time. It's so unbelievable. It's like, I mean, you can literally take a video of like Ukrainian soldiers committing war crimes, and then he'll be like, oh, well, the Russians today committed war crimes. Well, wait a minute. That was a Twitter video of your people. Well, no, the Russians did it. Well, no, actually, that's not the Russian flag. That's your Ukrainian symbols and flag. Oh, but that doesn't matter because Zelensky's just blabbing. Like, that's all it is. Like, it's just every freaking thing is just a lie after lie after lie after lie. Nothing he says is true. Literally nothing he says is true. It's like trying to listen to Joe Biden when a coherent word does actually come out of his mouth. It's just a lie. Anyway.
Ukrainian journalist Mikhailo Podolyak delivered an unusually bitter critique of the slow Western response to the country's military needs. Every decision has to be literally gnawed out with teeth, wasting months of empty talk. Russia, meanwhile, has critical of Biden's decision to supply cluster munitions without the course of mentioning its own rampant use of the weapon. It is an act of desperation and shows weakness against the backdrop of the failure of much touted Ukrainian counteroffensive. Russia's foreign ministry spokesman Maria Zakharova said in a written statement. So, when it comes down to it, Ukrainians are like, what took you so long? What took you so long to send us any type of help that we've been asking for the last 7 months? Why did it take you 7 months to send it to us? And simply is we shouldn't have to supply it for you anyway. This is not our war to fight. Quit asking us for stuff that's not yours. I'm so sick of us having to supply everything for everybody else. It's not how it's supposed to happen. So then, Zelensky, as we speak of things, we're going to move on from the munitions, from the cluster bombs. This is Trump says he can end the war in 24 hours. Zelensky says Biden could do it in 5 minutes. Says Biden could do it in 5 minutes. Really? You think so? Then why are we there for a year and a half? Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky on Sunday dismissed claims that Donald Trump could end the war within 24 hours, saying that the current GOP presidential frontrunner failed to do so while president. Zelensky.
I mean, this is so rich. This is so freaking rich.
Oh, I know, and that's
Because,
why it's up here.
like, I mean, Vladimir Zelensky was like slobbering all over Donald Trump when Donald Trump was in office, and now that he's out, it's just like, well, you didn't do anything to stop so far. Like, really? Because there wasn't any war.
Well, you see, and that's the
But
next paragraph.
whatever.
That's the next paragraph.
I mean,
Basically he's
does
saying
everybody understand what I say? Like every
Russia's
single
seizing
word that comes out of his
Crimea
mouth is
in
a lie. Like
2014
everyone.
is. That's what he's saying, though. He's saying that Crimea is. It was something that they were already fighting for, and that we should have ended that and taken Russia out of Crimea and gave Crimea back to Ukraine as it's supposed to be intended
Yes,
for.
and while we're at it, let's just give like, I don't know, like freaking St. Petersburg and Moscow to Ukraine while we're at it, because by God, Zelensky says he wants it. So if you don't give it, well then, well, so I'm sorry, but you did not help our cause before. Shut up.
What's up, Gohagen? Gohagen says Putin could end it in about 35 seconds.
Technically, yes.
Technically, yeah.
Technically, yes. I suppose we should leave it at that, but yes.
Right. So this is the sole desire to bring the war to an end is beautiful, but the desire should be based on some real life experience. Donald Trump was already these 24 hours since his time. We were at war, not a full scale war. If had that time been disposable, but we must have been some other priorities. Well, yeah, Crimea wasn't a priority. It was under Russian control. Wasn't a priority. Just because you think that it was yours and that there was a war already happening, didn't mean that we needed to have anything to do with that. Didn't mean we needed anything to do with that. He wasn't actually actively fighting you. If he actually tried to actively fight you, yes, Trump would actually probably have a bunch of things to say about it. But he didn't care because it was something that had already happened under Obama's administration. A lot of things that happened in 2014. Trump has claimed that to have a close relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Not really, but details that the plans to halt the war has been vague. Zelensky said that if Trump meant the end of war by forcing Ukraine to cede territory, President Joe Biden could have brought it to an end even in 5 minutes, but we would not agree. So then he would not be able to do it. If you were not able to agree because of whatever stipulation that President Biden decided to put it on there, that means that he wouldn't have ended it within 5 minutes because you wouldn't have agreed with it. So your last statement that you just made makes 0 sense. Biden said that he's optimistic Sweden would soon get the green light to join NATO. We're going to actually go through some of that. On his way to NATO summit this week, Biden survived Sundays in London with King Charles. We're actually going to go through some of that. A two-time Grand Slam champion, Victoria. What? This Wimbledon chick? No, we're not going to cover that. And Russia claimed to shot down Ukraine missile over Russia's Rostov region along the Ukraine border. I think I still have an article on that. So we will cover that as well, potentially. Here you go. NATO divided over costs of supporting Ukraine. Politico. So this is a continued support for Ukraine in conflict with Russia may mean long-term trouble for NATO and major issues that should be addressed by military bloc being kicked down the road, experts of the former officials have told Politico. A piece run by the outlet on Saturday ahead of the upcoming NATO summit in Vilnius, Lithuania, raises questions about the mounting costs of the aid to Ukraine, as well as the lack of unity among members. Many allies have displayed increasing alarm over how long it would cost, how long and what the cost Kiev can continue to be supported. In public, however, NATO and the U.S. officials have ramped up the efforts to demonstrate the united front ahead of the summit, expressing readiness to continue backing Ukraine for as long as necessary. Hey, what's up, Suzanne? Good to see you, dear. the U.S. president has been clear that we are going to support Ukraine for as long as it takes to provide them with exceptional quantity of arms and capabilities. Solidarity with Kyiv, however, may ultimately serve Washington's domestic goals, namely strengthening the position of U.S. President Joe Biden and the Democratic Party ahead of the 2024 general election. At the same time, growing political uncertainty in the U.S. for pushing Ukraine to demand more and more from its Western backers in order to prepare for the scenario when aid abruptly stops. A former U.S. government official under President Barack Obama told Politico. So when Hagar uh, Kamali goes ahead and actually says such a thing or whatever, that once aid abruptly stops, kind of sounds like Hagar has the same idea and thought that the rest of us do, that Joe Biden shouldn't be the freaking president, and maybe somebody else would actually not allow whatever's happening to actually happen. They would shut it down and be like, nope, it's over, get it over with, get out of there. Given that, Donald Trump is running again for president, and given the growing chorus of Republican candidates who questioned or are against U.S. support for Ukraine, I would expect President Zelensky to push even harder for additional military support this year to avoid getting stuck in U.S. domestic politics as we near November 2024. Moreover, the effort to supply Ukraine might also be an attempt to avoid addressing long-term problems with the U.S.-led alliance by focusing on short-term goals. Rachel Rizzo, a fellow of the Atlantic Council of European Center, told the outlet it is indicative that the broader climate within the alliance and how right now the priority is to hold the line on Ukraine for as long as possible, Rizzo stated, expressing doubt that the bloc would provide any clarity on a timeline for Ukraine's NATO membership at the summit. NATO must present a cohesive front at the summit. So the easier approach here is just to answer the short-term questions, and the bigger questions that require consensus from the allies are being kicked down the road a little, she said. NATO's appeared to be split in offering Ukraine a clear roadmap for joining. I disagree. I disagree that there shouldn't be a clear roadmap for them joining right now, any way, shape, or form. They're currently in a war. To enter a agreement while in war that protects you from war would be a bad deal. Because in the second that you actually are allowed to actually be part of NATO, means every other country that's part of NATO needs to supply you with munitions and goods and whatever you need right now to actually eliminate your threat. And I don't think there's every single country in NATO is actually part of this. I don't think every single one of them really wants something to do with it. I think there's some more issues that are actually coming down the road here that we actually need to pay attention to. This one, like I said, we're covering NATO. So France blocks NATO plans for Japan. North Atlantic Treaty Organization. North Atlantic, Japan, Pacific.
Yeah, Japan's in the Atlantic, right?
No, they're in the Pacific.
Of course it is. Don't you know that the Atlantic is like, it extends from around England, around Russia, and then back down.
No,
to Japan,
actually, there's a difference between the two oceans, right?
There. Wait, what?
There's a difference between the two oceans, right?
Who says?
There's a salt density difference.
Hey, listen. There
is a difference between the two oceans. You go down, you look at a map just below South America that travels itself all the way down through that area, and you can actually see the difference between one ocean hitting the other. You can see the density difference between the two. There's a total density difference. There's a reason why there's two separate oceans. And it's not just one big, huge ocean around the world. Yes, I did say around the world.
Couldn't we pretend
No.
that they're all...
Do you want Japan to be part of NATO?
Just one big ocean? I just have my libtard hat on at the moment, and well, it's kind of making sense to me, while my libtard hat's on, to do that, because in the real world it wouldn't make any sense at all, but in libtard fairyland it makes perfect sense. Let's surround Russia and then cause World War III, because hey,
What's up, P. Beaver?
we
P.
should- that's what
Beaver
we
over
should
on
do,
that
right?
Rumble side says NATO has been an aggressor for the last 3 decades. It should be disbanded. I agree. It should have been disbanded the second the Warsaw Pact was disbanded. The reason that NATO actually existed in the first place. It should no longer exist. It should simply not exist. As far as Japan being part of NATO, absolutely not. I'm not going to read the whole article. I don't think we need to read the whole article to understand that Japan is not in the Atlantic, and that they should not be part of a North Atlantic Treaty Organization. They have nothing to do with it, other than the fact that they're allied with the United States. It just stop it. Stop.
I mean, hey, the United States is a part of the North Atlantic Organization. We have Pacific places, and we have the Aleutian Islands and the Hawaiian Islands and the island of Fiji.
We're also
Why
on the
can't we
Atlantic
just
Ocean.
extend the borders of the
can't.
North Atlantic
I'm not gonna
across
agree
the
to
North
it.
American
I will
continent
die on this hill.
over
It should not
to the Pacific,
happen. It just should not happen. There's no reason that Japan should be part of this.
I mean, don't you want a giant global conflict with Russia, right? Like,
no, because that's what they want. They want to take over the world.
Oh, well.
Oh.
Okay.
They're the world police. NATO. Pave way for Turkish EU entry. Then Sweden can join NATO, says Erdogan. Oh, Turkey says it's okay for Sweden to join NATO for their crimes as long as we can be admitted into the EU. Is Turkey anywhere near Europe?
I mean, technically, yes, but
But aren't they more Asia? Where does the line be drawn between Asia and Europe? Where is the line? Can you tell me where that line is?
I mean, some would say historically that a lot of Asia Minor there has a lot of European things, but it's like more like Middle Eastern, has more Asian to it, I guess you could say. I mean, it would be around like Constantinople and well, it's not Constantinople anymore. It's what the heck is it called now? Istanbul and the Strait of crap. Forget what it's called. But yeah, like they're kind of Greece, that area, and on through there, on up in through the waterway to the Black Sea. That it's kind of a little bit of border there, I guess.
This one we're gonna kind of go through. The other one was there's no reason to go through it. The whole Japan thing or whatever is beyond just stupid to actually think that this should be part of NATO. The Turkish president Recep Erdogan has thrown a surprise obstacle in the way of the plan for Joe Biden for Swedish accession into NATO by announcing he wanted Turkey's stalled application to join the EU to be included in the package.
Wait. I just thought of something about the previous article that just makes it even more insane. Is that Putin had suggested about I think 15, 20 years ago, why doesn't Russia join NATO? If we're going to expand NATO, well then why can't we somehow get into some sort of an alliance or trade thing or whatever? And all of the Western European countries, the U.S. said no. But freaking Japan on the other end of the globe, oh, that's totally fine.
Absolutely.
It's just the level of crazy.
Shit, we might as well just put Australia in the NATO.
I mean,
that would make sense too, right? Let's do it. Let's just make them do it. Make them do it. Australia, you can push them around. They don't really exist, so it's
wait a minute. Wait. Is Australia actually? I'm having to think here for a second.
Maybe. I'm going to continue. This is speaking at the airport before departing the NATO summit in Vilnius, Lithuania. Turkish president said, first, let's pave the way for Turkey to the European Union, and then we will pave the way for Sweden to just as we did for Finland. The U.S. president had been working for a four-country deal that would lead to Turkey allowing Sweden into NATO in return for the sale of U.S. F-16 jets in Ankara, and the condition that they're not used to threaten Greece. Erdogan's remarks suggest diplomats' eve of summit efforts to lift the year-long Turkish veto on Sweden's membership in NATO will be even more complex than envisaged. I don't know what that word is. Turkey has been in talks over joining the EU in one form or another since 1987, but there's no enthusiasm for letting such a large country with questionable human rights record join. Biden held further last-minute talks with Erdogan at the flight to Europe on Sunday, but no breakthrough occurred during their nearly hour-long conversation, according to the White House. Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, rejected Erdogan's attempt to link Turkey's EU membership aspirations to Sweden's application to join NATO. There's a question that's not related to the other issue, and therefore I think this should not be as a related matter. I agree with the German chancellor. The German chancellor straight up telling the truth. One thing should not have anything to do with the other. They're not the same. They're totally different things. To use one as a crutch to get yourself in the door on the other it sounds kind of counterproductive. Erdogan has voiced repeated frustration with what was called Sweden's failure to keep its promise to deal with the suspected Kurdish militants allegedly roaming the streets of Stockholm. Sweden has taken some steps in the right direction. Erdogan's office quoted the Turkish leader telling Biden in a call on Sunday, but Sweden's decision to allow pro-Kurdish groups to hold demonstrations, freely praising terrorism, nullifying those steps. Erdogan has reported have said over the weekend the link between Sweden's NATO membership and the Turkish demand for U.S. Congress to permit the sale of F-16 jets to Turkey has become more explicit, as well as the conditions in which Congress would sanction the sale. On Monday, Erdogan held decisions with the Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, who is meeting at a meeting chaired by NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. After 2 hours of talks with Vilnius and the Swedish Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, Erdogan broke off discussions to meet separate with the EU Council President Charles Michel. A possible indication of EU officialdom is being drawn into unexpected demand to revive Turkey's accession talks. He is scheduled to meet Biden on Tuesday and also hold his first meeting with the Greek Prime Minister, Mitsotakis, in 15 months. Formerly, the Swedish bid to follow Finland into NATO remains linked to the Erdogan's demand for more is done to clamp down on the Kurdish activists in Sweden. He's not going to let up on these Kurdish activists. He's not going to do it in any way, shape, or form. Turkey says, do this, and we'll allow that. Do this, and we'll allow, they want something to actually be part of the other. They don't want to just be a member of something if they don't get their way. They're being bullies. I think Turkey really always kind of had been a bully, if I'm not mistaken. The groups of people that live in and around that area, they've always been bullies, and always been against each other.
Well, I mean, you could take that back to the Ottomans.
Right. You could go back as far as you probably could or whatever, and you could see all of those areas, highly contested over and over again. Biden has said that he now supports the sale of F-16s to Turkey, but it's not in his gifts to sanction the sale since Congress has a veto. Greece seeks guarantees that F-16 jets will not be used against Athens as part of an ongoing maritime waters dispute in the Aegean Sea, and daily overflights over the islands questioning Greek sovereignty. 6 U.S. lawmakers sent a letter to U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken asking for the monitoring mechanism to ensure Turkey does not use the new F-16 fighters to violate Greek sovereignty in the Aegean. They noted that if the agreement to sell F-16s and modernization kits to Turkey was being considered, we strongly urge that any final agreement including mechanisms to stop, delay, or withdraw the transfer of such weapons if Turkey engages in actions that threaten to undermine U.S. national security interests in the unity of NATO alliance. They're really concerned. They're really seriously concerned on what Turkey would actually do, being part of any other group. And it really seriously sounds like Turkey's the one that's the issue, and not really Sweden. I don't really understand if Sweden's seriously letting people walk around and actually, do whatever, these militants, whatever, go ahead and show their displays. If it's being allowed, you would almost think that they would actually, frown upon it anyway. Just go and remove them and be like, all right, fine, they're gone. They're gone. I mean, I don't where you send them. I have no clue, but you can remove them somehow, some way. I don't know. There are some signs that after the re-election in May, Erdogan is trying to soften some of Turkey's main international disputes. A key test is whether he can reach an rapprochement with Greece. On Erdogan's decision to release some former commanders of Ukraine's garrison of Mariupol is in apparent breach of an agreement with the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, is seen as a goodwill gesture to the West. Goodwill gestures to the West mean nothing. They mean nothing. There's nothing that you can do that's going to make us actually be like, well, we're just going to allow it. You need every single other country to allow Sweden to become part of NATO. Turkey doesn't want it. Turkey says we need this. Turkey says we need that. Don't give it to them. Be like, well, no. Well, I guess Sweden doesn't become part of NATO. And they can struggle. They can struggle without it. They don't need to be there. It says NATO clears obstacle for Ukraine to join alliance. No, they didn't. They cleared 0 things to allow them to actually join the alliance, as they're actually in war with them currently. There's no way Ukraine should become part of NATO. I disagree with this 1,000 times over. Do not allow this to happen. If they allow this to happen, this is something that they're actually really strongly debating on if this should actually be something or not. NATO is poised to put Ukraine in a fast track for membership, but any shot to entry in the U.S.-led security pact hinges on the outcome of the war with Russia, Ukraine, and the alliance officials said Monday. I welcome this long-awaited decision that shortens the path to NATO. Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba? I don't even know what the fuck his name is. Who gives a shit, right? Intensive talks in the lead up to NATO summit this week in Vilnius, Lithuania, resulted in the agreement to remove the membership action plan as a requirement for Ukraine to join. Kuleba said the process typically involves a host of bureaucratic and military reforms designed to ensure that the prospective member is up to NATO standards. NATO standards are fairly high. You have to actually spend like 4 or 5% of all monies on military might that goes straight to NATO. That goes straight to there's a huge percentage. you say 4 or 5% isn't a lot. It really is a lot. It's a lot when they actually start talking billions. While most new members must go through a reform process, which can drag on for years, Finland and Sweden are exempted from it. When U.S. President Joe Biden and other heads of state gathered in Vilnius starting Tuesday, the Russian-Ukraine war and its security implications will dominate the discussion. Kyiv and the member countries along NATO's eastern flank have been pushing for a clear message that Ukraine's future is in NATO. NATO's pushing to actually go ahead and say, "Yeah, let's just do it. Let's do it. Let's take it. Let's take it on. We're already there. We're already in this war. We've already given so much money and so much effort that if we just go ahead and we just allow it, that means every other country that has given zero things must now actually give to this fight against Russia, creating World War III. Ukraine needs a specific signal that once conditions allow, it will become a real member of NATO. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. It's supposed to be border territory in between Russia and the European Union, and it's no longer being that. It's being highly contested. Stoltenberg did address the issue of streamlining Ukraine's eventual path into NATO, saying those decisions were formally announced during the summit. However, Stoltenberg restated that it would be impossible for Ukraine to gain entry as long as it is at war. Unless Ukraine prevails, there's no membership issue to be discussed at all. Predictions about the future course of the war vary greatly, and some experts saying that the conflict could drag on for years. Biden on Sunday also threw cold water in the notion that Ukraine could join the alliance during the war because such a move would turn NATO into a combatant in the conflict. Exactly. They're already a combatant in the conflict. You're already telling us that it's not the United States, that we're just giving money to them, and that NATO's just going to sit there and they're going to stand there and they're going to watch like they're not doing anything. Don't lie to me. We're determined to comment to defending the insular territory that is NATO territory and the commitment that we've all made no matter what. If the war is going on, then we're all in war. We're at war with Russia if that were the case. Exactly. The second that you put Ukraine into NATO, it immediately puts everybody at war with Russia. Immediately. So, in a few days here, when all these members are supposed to actually go ahead and have this meeting in Lithuania, which is coming up here with when is this supposed to come? This week. This week, we could be looking at something totally different than what we had actually been looking at ever. Just trans parties and social classes. And just being honest, but when you talk about asshole countries, America has to be on the top of the list. We've bombed somewhere on the planet every day for like the last 40 years, for example. No, I'm not saying that we aren't. I'm not saying we aren't. Because, obviously under certain rule, you could go back to Trump and you could look at no new wars. Or you could look at what Joe Biden did and actually started up another one that benefited him and him alone. What is up? Good to see you, Rose. These pages need to refresh. They've been dead for a bit. Come on. So then again, there's it's the same thing. Same thing as the last one. Erdogan pushing for EU membership as long as as long as he gets that, he'd be okay with Sweden getting NATO. one thing is not like the other and should not be something that we're actually looking at. So then you got Trudeau. This Canadian guy. He says NATO summit will show that totalitarian rulers and alliances unity and solidarity is with Ukraine. And of course, Trudeau's totally with Ukraine. We all know that Trudeau's with Ukraine. This week's NATO summit in Vilnius will be extremely important. The allies will show all totalitarian rulers and Russian President Vladimir Putin that the alliance is united with the solidarity with Ukraine. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau said while meeting with the media representative at the Adazi military base in Latvia on Monday, Canada believes that Ukraine would join NATO when the conditions are right. He did not deny that not all NATO countries feel the same way, but NATO will continue to support Ukraine's sovereignty. We will show all totalitarian rulers and Putin that NATO is united, and we will show the world that we stand in solidarity with Ukraine, Canadian Prime Minister said. Trudeau says all allies stand together in solidarity and want the best of Ukraine's future. I think tomorrow will be very good news for Ukraine. He pointed out, however, that it is yet to be agreed exactly how Ukraine's possible future in NATO would be formulated. Meanwhile, Latvian Prime Minister Krišjānis Kariņš told reporters that it is very, very important that the whole of NATO continue to support Ukraine in every way to win the war. Now we are still consulting on how to express the support in writing. Everybody's just kind of like one way or the other. So, we had a couple countries that were like, no, that shouldn't happen. Now we have a couple countries that are like, oh my God, yes, we should not step back and we should just totally allow Ukraine to become part of NATO so that we can all just spend all of our money on that and take away from anything else that we ever need to know about. And we just focus on Ukraine and put all military might right there to eventually try taking over Russia. Like, you're going to take over Russia. You're not going to overthrow Russia. I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. They're not going to allow it. And you know damn well if this happens, China isn't going to just sit back. China's going to be like, oh, I got something to say. China's definitely going to have something to say. So then you can see, Trudeau again. Trudeau actually says that he would actually have plans to double the size of his NATO deployments to Latvia. So then he wants to add another 1,200 military personnel. Canada has 1,000 soldiers deployed in Latvia right now, with the extra forces including 15 Leopard and 4 A4M tanks. So when it comes down to it, they do have plenty of troops that are sitting around, NATO troops sitting around, waiting for something to actually happen. And I really seriously, the way they're speaking, the way they're actually talking about how this is going to happen here within the week, that NATO will actually be a big thing, and Ukraine actually just might be part of it. It really seriously, is super scary to actually believe that they're just going to continue to run right over the top of all of us, just run roughshod. They don't care. So then again, there's Vilnius. This one actually, I believe, had a different country, and it was the reason I had this up here. This is Estonian Foreign Minister Markus Tashkana of Newsweek on Monday. It came to no surprise that the U.S. president was this weekend ruled out the imminent membership offer for Ukraine. Biden cited the unacceptable danger of a direct NATO-Russia conflict if Kyiv were to admit to the 31-nation body. But Dashka added, this week's Vilnius summit should make clear that the Ukrainian accession is inevitable regardless of the threats and aggressions of U.S. President Vladimir Putin. He's pretty much, Estonia is just pretty much looking at it and being like, it's done. It's done. It's over with. They're going to be part of NATO. They're going to be part of NATO by the end of the week. You didn't think that we were at war with Russia already. Here we go. United States is about ready just to go ahead and enter into this war, and it's gonna happen. Let's not do this one. Close this. This one's from a few days ago. Kind of move on just a little bit, different part of the world here, sorta. It says U.S. drones take out ISIS leader in eastern Syria. So every president's taken out a leader, an ISIS leader. Like, oh, we got another one. U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, announced Sunday that they use an MQ-9 Reaper drone to take out ISIS leader Usma al-Mahajir in eastern Syria, and civilian casualties have been reported. So, again, this isn't the first president to actually do this. It seems like every single president's actually used some kind of a Reaper drone to go ahead and attack ISIS leaders and remove them from power permanently, obliterating them and removing them from the face of this earth. We've made it clear that we remain committed to the defeat of ISIS throughout the region. ISIS remains a threat not only to the region, but well beyond. CENTCOM press release said that the operation will hurt ISIS's attempt to further act on terror. The release continued, pointing out that the MA-9 drones used had been harassed earlier in the day by Russian aircraft, an almost 2-hour encounter. Alexis Grinkovich, commander at 9th Air Force and CFACC for CENTCOM, Russian jets routinely harass U.S. drones flying into their path and forcing them to take evasive actions to avoid a collision. In fact, it had already happened earlier that day. He added that Russian pilots are acting unprofessionally and needed to cease this reckless behavior and adhere to the standards of behavior expected in a professional air force, so we can resume our focus on enduring defeat of ISIS. So kind of seems, that Russia's like okay with ISIS being there, actually taking on the United States and or anybody else in the area, just because it's okay. It's okay because it takes away from the battle in Ukraine. The U.S. maintains a 900 troop deployment in Syria, who primarily work with the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces in their struggles against the Islamic State militants. The Jerusalem Post labels Usama as ISIS leader in eastern Syria. Now there's one less terrorist we have to worry about. There's nothing really in those grayed out screens. Pretty much what it come down to is, like I said, another president, another ISIS leader, another one bites dust. Let's just continue to remove them from the face of the planet because it doesn't matter. You with me? He might be busy, I guess. Democracy dies in Bulgaria as new U.S. embassy government illegally blocks referendum in Eurozone. It's the new Bulgarian government under the control of American globalist interests thumbed its nose at its own people on Friday by refusing to schedule a referendum aimed at maintaining the Bulgarian lev as the country's national currency through 2043. The move directly violates Bulgaria's constitution that specifies the referendum must be held on an issue with at least 400,000 valid signatures requesting such a vote are registered. Globalist Bulgarian leaders showed their utter disdain for democracy in moving to deny the Bulgarian people a voice in the important issue after required signatures were officially validated. To justify the subversion of democracy, the parties involved in ruling coalition argued that the question, do you agree with the Bulgarian lev, should be the only official currency of Bulgaria until 2043, was not legally formulated as it contravenes ratified international treaties, thereby making it valid. Of course, this is utterly false, and nowhere in existing international treaties does it specify that Bulgaria was joined the Eurozone before 2043. What they fear most, of course, is allowing Bulgarian people to have a voice in their own future. So it kind of sounds like they're trying to take over Bulgaria, European Union wise. Kind of remove them as being something of their own, and actually make them something that we want to make them of. So this is the parties comprising of ruled coalition joined together in National Assembly on Friday to reject, by the vote of 68 in favor, 98 against, and 46 absentees, the proposal by the leading opposition party to Vazrazdan to hold a national referendum and join in the Eurozone. The abstentions came from representatives of the GERB who could not bring themselves to join in this move to destroy Bulgarian democracy, but at the same time did not have the courage to defy the party leaders in the U.S. Embassy and vote to schedule the referendum. In the briefing of the National Assembly, Konstantin Kostadinu, leader of the Verhazadin, told journalists that his party will appeal to the Constitutional Court. Every decision must have reasons. The decision was to reject the proposal of Vazrazdan, and they told us, you are breaking the law with your question, as you say the subjects related to the international treaties that have entered into force cannot be put into public opinion polls. We then asked the following question: exactly which international treaty have we violated in which article of it? Because after all, this thing must be written in the reasons. We didn't get an answer. Kostanov told reporters, exposing the falsity of the claims in the ruling coalition. So, I mean, really, when it comes down to it, it really seriously sounds like the Bulgarians are going to actually be reformed into what we want them to be, or what the United States wants them to be, and actually be a quote unquote democracy. And it sounds like they could actually be having some future conflicts that would actually show probably some uprisings of people in and around that region. Watch, pay attention. This isn't going to be something that's going to be taken easily. AmericaShirts. I told you, I had so many articles, it's hard to actually keep everything all straight.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. Here's the training of F-16 fighters. Romania to train Ukrainian F-16 pilots.
Oh, well, that makes it better, right? Because it's outsourced to Romania.
We don't need to do it. Give it to the small guy. Following meeting with Supreme Defense Council last Thursday, Romania has agreed to host a NATO regional hub for the training of F-16 fighter jet pilots, which will train Ukrainian F-16 pilots in anticipation of the delivery of the advanced aircraft to the Ukrainian military later this year. They still don't have the airplanes. But Romania says they'll step up to the plate. The decision deepens Romania's involvement in the conflict in a neighboring country that still occupies large portions of Romanian territory occupied at the end of World War II, including Snake Island in the Black Sea. Oh,
the infamous.
Really? Really? You just got a little bit of territory that you're not so worried about, eh? The U.S. should follow the lead NATO has set to create buffer zone countries between theirs and evil Russians. Therefore, the U.S. should immediately invade and annex Canada and Mexico. I agree. I agree. Canada shouldn't be its own country. Mexico really isn't a country, and we should just go ahead and just remove them all. I'm with you on that, P. Beaver.
I mean, I think he's using hyperbole there. But anyway,
he's got a point. He really does have a point. So it's not just one region or other that's actually having conflict. There's 22 dead after an airstrike rocks African nation's capital. Major airstrike Saturday outside of Khartoum, Sudan, has left at least 22 people dead, according to the Associated Press. Saturday's air attack marks one of the deadliest airstrikes in the country, has seen in more than 3 months in the de facto civil war between two rival generals and the factions. According to the AP, though unconfirmed, it is likely that the regular armed forces launched the attack against the fighters in the paramilitary group known as the Rapid Support Forces, according to the AP. The regular Sudanese forces have been engaged in open combat against the RSF since mid-April. The Sudanese Health Ministry uploaded footage of the airstrike's chaotic aftermath to social media Saturday. According to the AP, the footage shows multiple dead bodies strewn about the ground covered in sheets, with bystanders trying to remove other dead bodies from rubble, according to the AP. So footage also shows the bystanders attempting to assist and wounded. The people can be heard crying. The fighting between the rival factions broke out 18 months after military overthrew the Western-backed transitional government in a coup in October 2021, according to the AP. The Western-backed transitional government in a coup.
Well, son of a gun. I mean, who would have ever thought? I mean, I most certainly would have never guessed.
We don't do such things, do we?
Never. Never. Don't know what that is.
You know who this guy is?
Oh, yeah, that Soros bastard. I mean, child.
Yes, that is Alex Soros, yes. The left's new sugar daddy, Alex Soros, had 20 meetings with Joe Biden's White House so far. It's growing. It's growing. He keeps on getting more and more visits. Well, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he?
I mean, his daddy's still there, but his daddy's just like...
He's 100 years old and doesn't want to do this shit anymore. He's like, grow the fuck up, Alex. Do the job for me.
That's all he can say at this point, so...
Right. I'm sure Alex understands him. When he told him, wake the fuck up, time for you to be the next person. Let's go. Daddy's not going to be here forever. According to the visitors' logs, the youngest...
His dad apparently had him when his dad was 500 years old. Now he's 830. It's kind of, I don't know. Anyway. I don't know how this works. I don't know how these weirdo, crazy elite people have children or not or whatever. Most of them don't actually have children. Well, I don't know about most, but a decent amount of them don't. Especially the new incoming, global young global leaders type people. Most of them either don't have children or make a pact to not have children or that kind of deal. Anyway, that's a whole other discussion. But yeah, it's kind of...
So, the rest of the article...
The age gap there is very interesting.
A bunch of instances over the last few years where he's actually visited the White House and blah, 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 blah. It kind of throws some other people under the bus and says, oh, look, these are the people that were there with him. These are the people that brought him to these meetings. So it's like, oh, he didn't really just do it himself. He paid somebody else to do it for him. If you're not sure about Alex Soros and what he's actually about, there's Alex Soros' own Instagram page that simply says Slava Ukraini.
And look at the other two photos down there, right? You've got Slava Ukraini, then you have
the
Pope Francis and Bill Clinton. Oh, it just doesn't get any better.
You got King Chucky's thing, you got his own graduation, and you got beach whales.
Doesn't get any better than that, Best people on earth, right there.
All of the best people.
Right,
ever.
Exactly.
Beached whales.
Did you know that Pope Francis met with Bill Clinton and complimented him several times, and he's just such a wonderful person? That's great.
I bet he does like him. I bet he likes Joe Biden just as much.
Oh, they do. He likes Nancy Pelosi as well. So,
anybody that likes little kids. Biden takes tea and talks climate with King Charles III. Oh, so he, because he couldn't make it to his coronation, he finally made it to go see King Chucky. U.S. President Joe Biden dropped in a tea in climate change talks with King Chucky III on Monday after a garden meeting in the UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak before the NATO leaders summit in Ukraine. Biden, 80, flew the Marine One helicopter from Downing Street in central London to Windsor Castle, touching down in the ceremonial welcome from a band of red-jacketed Welsh guards. The Star-Spangled Banner and God Save the King rang out across the manicured lawns in the stately royal residence west of London before the pair disappeared inside. As was Biden's first meeting with Charles since the officially crowned king in May, the U.S. president did not attend the coronation but was represented by his wife, Jill Biden. The couple had been in the state funeral of Charles' mother, Queen Elizabeth II, in September last year, while Biden visited the late Queen. Charles, 74, is a lifelong environmentalist, and Biden considers him a clarion voice of climate change. Clarion voice of climate change. I'm sure. Top financiers and philanthropists are also meeting in Windsor to discuss climate finance to boost support in developing nations to cut carbon emissions. Yes, let's cut those carbon emissions. That's what we need to do. That's exactly what we need to do. Everybody start removing yourself from the face of the planet. Go ahead and just do that. That will actually help. That'll help. That's what they want. That's what they're aiming for anyway. Attending the meeting, UK Energy Secretary and Net Zero Minister Grant Shapps and Biden's special climate envoy John Kerry, UK government said more than $1 trillion is needed by 2030 to help developing economies get on track and reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Additional investments, including the private sector, is required to cut non-CO2 emissions, halt deforestation, as well as adapt to building resilience in climate change. Biden has arrived in the UK for Air Force One late Sunday, is heading to Lithuanian capital of Vilnius for the next the 2-day NATO meeting. Ukraine talks. I'm so sick of talking Ukraine. But basically what it comes down to is he actually made it to actually go see the king and speak of things that him and the king only speak of, which would be climate change. Climate change. So glad that they could speak climate change. This is how do you speak climate change with each other? Just be like, yeah, I know too, right? These idiots for using all their fossil fuels to actually build all these terminals that actually produce energy. Because we're fucking dumb. What you got? What you got? What you got?
I mean, how else do you think that insane, crazy, criminal people talk about like using your natural resources up for themselves and then not giving you access to any? You know, just giggling at the peasantry, quote unquote. You know, like, I mean, it's. I mean, that's pretty much. I mean, you know, what we how else is that gonna? How else is that gonna go down? Plus, Joe Biden can't really talk, so there's not really. I mean, really, everybody's joking at us, and they're all laughing at the fact that like Biden is actually sitting there in the White House, and he's just like, and then like crapping himself in front of everybody. Like, you know, they're just like Chucky's just laughing about that. You know, that's pretty much what that is. Anyway,
what's up, Pastor? Good to see you. The utopia that aims will be human free, and they'll never know if they actually succeeded. They'll never know if they actually succeeded. This is from a few days ago. This is from the 7th, but still worthwhile. Something to actually break the monotony.
I mean, you can see the cringe on her own face of how cringe she like. I think that's like she's thinking to herself, like she's becoming a little more self-aware of like, oh my God, I am actually this cringe. I am so cringe. I'm so bad. And she's like partially becoming self-aware.
So,
and the cringe face.
It's these paragraphs.
Maybe,
right?
maybe, or I'm just maybe I'm just imagining that.
It's this one. This is her comment. This is cackling Kamala Harris. Culture is a reflection of our moment in our time, right? And present culture is the way we express how we're feeling about the moment. And we should always find times to express how we feel about the moment. That is a reflection of joy because, you know, it comes in the morning. We have to find ways to also express the way we feel about the moment in terms of just having language and a connection to how people are experiencing life. And I think about it in that way too.
You know, I think I'm going to need to go take a walk, like a long walk around the block and just like stare in the sky and think like, what the hell just was said? Like, I have absolutely no clue. Like, that's going to take some
literally,
deep... Like, I don't know how the hell anybody could figure out what's going on.
Pence was a cuck. Oh, it's so good. Can you break down these two paragraphs for me, Shirts?
Break it down? Well, the first one's mental and the second one's... Or no. The first one's retard and the second one's mental. There you go. Like, I don't know what the hell else... Like, I mean, God... God have mercy on my brain.
Couple of replies. You want to hear a couple of the replies to it? Townsend said, "Good Lord,
IQ points as we speak." Like, we need to
radio host Chris Stigl says, "This is the emptiest human being alive. Sincerely, empty, vapid, nonsense." Investor Jason Howerton says, "Kamala Harris is just Michael Scott in female form." And vice president versus branch manager. Kamala tried to define the word culture today, and it went about as well as a 9-year-old had to give a book report in a book they didn't read. This is cringier than most Biden talks, wrote comedian Tim Young. Fox News contributor Liz Peek says, "Oh my God, what is wrong with this babbling brook of a woman?" Actor James Woods quipped, "Artificial intelligence SAR explains culture."
Yes, and border czar, and like, I mean, God have mercy on us, czar. I don't like.
That was just it was something to actually break up all of the monotony of all the NATO, Ukraine, Russia conglomerate of shit that
Break
we
up
just
in
kind of
cackling
went through.
laughter and break up my brain.
Yeah, well, I mean, it made you stop thinking about all the other stuff, didn't it? For at least
It
a
made me
moment.
stop thinking in general. Like
Okay. Well,
it's
it worked.
killing brain cells.
It worked the way I wanted it to.
Oh my God, there it is. There it is. Whatever it is.
Well, I made a promise to somebody that I'd never play her voice ever again. So I'm going to see if I can't
Oh
actually
my
stay up
God.
to that. Doug Powers of Twitcher remarked, "Can somebody tell Kamala she shouldn't be eating every gummy in the package all at once?" That's a THC joke for those of you that use THC gummies before. Yes, you eat one, maybe two at the most, and you wait. You
I
wait
mean, I'm
about an
starting to think
hour.
she's on like full blown mushrooms. Like I think she's on like some hard like
This
meth laced mushrooms here, and she's just like chomping on those in the back. She comes out and she's just like, and she's just like falling all over herself. Like that's kind of what I think it is.
this is the one that I would hope that Ranting Monkey actually goes off on tonight. YouTuber Ranting Monkey went on to say as well, Kamala will go down in history as the most quotable woman to even be a woman who makes quotes about quotes a woman might quote. Fucking funny. Thank you, Ranting Monkey.
Where's this article from, by the way?
This is the conservative brief.
And they referenced Ranting Monkey. Yeah,
And they referenced the Ranting Monkey. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. So then it goes through Harris's approval ratings have never been so good. Never been as good as those of President Joe Biden. They've never been as good as Joe Biden, the worst president in the world, and her points are lower than his. We've actually covered some of these 17-point things or whatever in the past. I think we hit the majority of it. I think we got the good laugh out. Did you laugh? Or did you forget? Did she make you forget to laugh?
Apparently.
Not going to go through the whole article. Marjorie Taylor Greene wants to add Garland to the impeachment list at DOJ. She has quite a list of people that she's actually going after to impeach them. She pretty much wants to impeach the whole administration. She wants to impeach anybody that's been appointed to any position whatsoever under this Biden's administration. She's going to probably add more and more people to it. We'll see what actually happens in the future. If any of this actually takes hold whatsoever, hopefully Marjorie Taylor Greene can actually pull her head out of her ass, as she's no longer part of the Freedom Caucus, and she can actually get somebody to actually back her in these proceedings to impeach most every single person in the administration. Thoughts?
I mean, MTG has kind of become a bit of a disappointment as of late. I don't know how much I would take of what she wants to do at this point. I don't think that she's particularly malevolent, but perhaps not as trustworthy as one might have originally thought, unfortunately.
Go
So
ahead.
we shall
She
have
looked like an
to see.
alien, had a strange facial structure. I mean, yes. At least she looked like a woman. No? Okay. Get no laughs out of the shirt tonight. No laughs, huh? No funny bone tonight?
Yeah.
Nah, okay. Well, I'll try a couple more dad jokes and we'll see if we can't get you to giggle.
Oh, God.
Democrats freak out and sue Texas Governor Greg Abbott after he unleashes new method to stop Biden's border invasion.
Okay, this is the most bullshit thing I've ever seen in my life. This right here. Okay. If Greg freaking Abbott wanted to do a damn thing at that border, he would have had all that National Guard up there and he would have blocked the damn thing off. He would have walled it off and he would have said no. And he would have had like military grade stuff there and he would have stopped it all and he would have put a stop to it. He didn't do a damn thing. And the freaking National Guard and Army people that were there were handing children over to unknown adults, quote unquote. And if anybody has watched the movie Sound of Freedom, we know what happens with that. So if Greg Abbott wants to keep putting on shows for everybody about like, ooh, we're going to have a buoy wall. Ooh, like screw your horse shit.
I mean, this it's not really a wall. It's something to put in the water. It's something to put it in the water. So there's a net that's supposed to be attached in between each one of the buoys
water wall.
that would disallow them to actually swim across that river that they've been traversing for the last couple of years.
Can't they just like duck under it?
No, because they'll actually there will be a thing that will actually be attached to each one of them, where they won't be able to actually get through. It's actually supposed to be a permanent or a temporary wall. Let's go back. Let's read some of this. So you kind of get the idea of what's actually happened. Texas Governor Greg Abbott triggered the leftists on Friday after announcing the Lone Star State has moved forward to a new plan to deter illegal immigration. Fox News reported Friday Abbott previously announced that Texas would be installing a marine barrier installation to deter border crossings. This is set in orange buoys meant to act as floating border barriers. This is part of Operation Lone Star, an operation started by Texas Republicans to stop the flow of illegal aliens crossing the southern border. One could say this qualifies as a unique solution in a huge problem. According to the Washington Post, the barriers include a layer of webbing to stop people from swimming underneath it. The marine barrier installation is expected to span 1,000 feet in the stretch of the river near Eagle Pass. Texas officials say it will take approximately 2 weeks to set up the orange buoys across the Rio Grande River. According to the Texas Department of Public Safety, anytime you get in the water, it's a risk for the migrants. This is a deterrent from even coming in the water. According to the Washington Post, the barrier includes a layer of webbing to stop people swimming underneath it, and the marine barrier installation is expected to span 1,000 feet. Again, they're going to repeat themselves over and over again. Abbott's
this just sounds like a bunch of horse crap.
Bring it on. So, I mean, Abbott's trying to do something. I agree with you. It doesn't sound like it's really, it's like too little, too late. Like, if this was something that you had in mind in actually doing, as you watch the millions of people that have actually poured across their southern border already, you would have actually put these in place a long time ago to actually stop that flow.
No, but instead he waits until after 10 million people flooded into the state of Texas and 5 to 7 million of that 10 million literally stay within the state of Texas. And they're building giant encampments and towns and villages just for these new quote unquote migrants, quote unquote, all over Texas. They're buying up land and housing these people, and these people aren't paying for it. It's the government. It's other organizations. It's literal replacement of the Texan population there, and thereby will probably flip the electoral college map if they're allowed to have any kind of say in anything electorally. So Greg Abbott can like float, he can like float his buoys down the Rio Grande into the ocean or something. I don't care. Like, you're full of crap at this point. If you wanted to stop it, you could have stopped it a long time ago. You haven't done a crap dagnab thing about anything. It's just like the Arizona governor, Doug Ducey, that bastard, before, like, oh, well, see, I'm just like Kerry Lake. See, I'm building a wall, and it's just a bunch of freaking shipping crates stacked one on top of the other at a bunch of places. And then as soon as he leaves office, he takes them down. Like, it's just a show. It's like DeSantis. It's like all of these freaking people are like, a lot of them are coming from the border there in Texas to Florida. It's like, well, what the hell? Like, oh, well, DeSantis is the big, conservator. Like, really? Because there's lots of these freaking people flooding over there into Florida too, by the way. Lots of them went over there. And they're still coming across. And there was just a guy that went down there and started interviewing people, and he just goes around and starts asking everybody, watch the video. He just goes around, like, donde dos, or whatever, however that's said. Like, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Donde. Mm-hmm. And they're like half of these people said Texas, and like almost half said Florida. And then the others were like New York, Pennsylvania, these other places. So a lot of these people are going to red states. So, I mean, a lot of these people, again, like Abbott and DeSantis and like some of these other governors, they're not all that's cracked up. They're not all that I think that they were cracked up to be in the beginning. Not all that they were cracked up to be. Because there's some major problems. And nobody's done a dagnam thing about it. And sometimes made it worse, Abbott. Yeah, he's National Guard. We're going to stop this. Oh, hey, look, here's this old fogey. Or here's this random creep dude, and he's just like, oh, yeah, I sponsored that group of kids. They just hand the kids over. Okay, sure. Get into the van. All the little kids get into the van with this creepy guy, and then off into the countryside they go. Just hand him over.
Speaking of creepy guys from Texas, Ted Cruz draws another Democratic challenger in 2024. Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez announced his run for U.S. Senate Monday, adding to the list of Democrats challenging GOP Senator Ted Cruz in 2024, according to the campaign launch video. Gutierrez, whose district included Uvalde, where last year's school shooting occurred, became the second Democrat to launch a Senate bid against Cruz after U.S. Rep. Colin Allred announced his campaign in early May. The state senator focused the announcement largely on promoting gun control while also touching the affordable health care, abortion, immigration, according to the Twitter video. I'm fine with this. Go ahead, split your votes, give it back to Ted Cruz. I don't really care for Ted Cruz, but that seems what they're actually doing. You got two Democrats running against the incumbent GOP. You really seriously going to go and fuck around in Texas and try breaking up them Democratic votes? Go ahead, break them up. You're just going to give Ted Cruz that win. That's pretty much what it's going to come down to. I don't really care for Ted Cruz either. I mean, when it comes down to it, but if you're going to fuck around and be stupid, you might as well, fuck around, be stupid together and let Ted Cruz continue. That's what he's going to do. Ted Cruz is going to continue to be that senator for that state for as long as you continue to actually try running multiple people against him. Stop running multiple people against people. We see it in our national polls and stuff or whatever, when you actually see 13 people sitting there on the freaking Republican side. Just stop it. You don't need that many people to sit there and go and try running for president. You don't need this many people running for for Senate seats. You need legitimate people running for these seats.
Well, no, actually, what I think we ought to do for the Republican side is we ought to get everybody as much as possible. We need 5,900 candidates. And I mean, screw an audience. We'll just have like this revolving stage, and everybody in the audience is just another Republican presidential primary candidate. And let's just keep it going. Let's just keep everybody in the crowd will have a turn to come up single file. I want as many people on that Republican Party debate stage as possible. I want people in the front, in the back. I want them stacked on top of each other. I want them all. By God, we got to have every freaking person running.
Well, see, while you speak about that, and how many people do you want running? You see, GOP targets 3 vulnerable Democrats in quest to win Senate, House control. Too early to predict. So they're potentially looking at they don't know who's going to win the House, but they're actually looking at these Senate seats very adamantly. It says Republicans will need to win 3 of the 2024 toss-up Senate races to retake control of the chamber, but appear to be facing a more of an uphill battle to keep control of the House. 33 of the 100 Senate seats are up for grabs next year. Right now, Democrats are 51-49 majority, which includes 48 party members and 3 independents who caucus with them. The 3 marquee toss-up races next year are in Arizona, Ohio, and West Virginia, according to Cook Political Report. So, Arizona, we're going to be looking at Arizona. You're going to continuously be looking at Arizona. West Virginia is going to be something to be looking at. And Ohio is a fairly large state in itself. This is Arizona seat held by Kristen Sinema, who left the Democratic Party, became an independent, but has yet to officially say whether she'll seek re-election. She probably will. It's Kristen Sinema, for crying out loud. Sinema doesn't have a clear GOP challenger yet, but Democrat Rep. Ruben Gallego is seeking the Democrat nomination. West Virginia's incumbent Democrat Joe Manchin is also up for re-election, but he has yet to officially announce his intentions. Manchin is moderate, arguably faces the toughest re-election bid. He's likely faced popular GOP Governor Jim Justice as a state in which one of the most conservative-leaning electorates in the country. A poll in May showed Justice leading Manchin 54-32 in a hypothetical matchup. I don't know what this Governor Jim Justice is actually like. He says that he's GOP. Hopefully he actually is GOP, and he'll actually show himself to actually be a decent replacement for Joe Manchin, if that so happens to be.
Well, Trump refers to him as the biggest governor in the union. And so he's very big. He's very spherical. He can handle himself better than Whoopi Goldberg can. Whoopi's just like, I mean, she's at a planetary scale. He's pretty big. I mean, I'm gonna, but he can handle his weight pretty well. But like freaking Whoopi Goldberg is like, I don't even know. Like she can barely. I mean, she's like practically forming her own axis, and she's like,
who's bigger, Whoopi Goldberg or Chris?
Oh my God, I never thought of that. I mean, I just the other day like saw something about Chris Christie, and I was like, oh yeah, look, he's a boogaloo whale, and it's like, well, I mean, but like he's freaking. I mean, I don't know. Like I never like that's.
I'm just trying to. So would you put Jim Justice in between the two, or would he still be smaller than?
I mean, proportionally, I think he'd be smaller, proportionally wise.
Than both of them. Okay.
Right. Like the other two are a little shorter. This guy's a little taller. He's stockier, but he's also very big, very round. But the other two are very, very round and very, very spherical. Like, I mean, Chris Christie. I mean, Whoopi Goldberg tries to hide her equator. Chris Christie, like, highlights and defines his equator with his belt. Like, it's just, I mean, it's like the top part of his belt. He's got his own like tropic of like Capricorn going on. Like, I mean, he's got it. He's got it all. It's like the indention of his belt onto his skin, his fat, flabby skin. It's like that. That's the Tropic of Capricorn. Like, it's, you know. But I don't know about Jim Justice though. I don't know. I haven't looked at his weight or anything like that. But based upon his height and his overall build, he's a bigger person in general. But then he's also very like large as well. So, you know. So but proportionally, like, you know, Chris Christie and, like, you know, Whoopi would be definitely in a spectrum of their own, in the more planetary space. I don't think proportionally Jim Justice is there, albeit if he lets himself go anymore, he will be in that category. So, like, he better freaking watch his weight. But anyways,
go again. Whenever I see that dude, I want a glazed donut. So good.
I mean, you can see the sugar glaze from the donuts, like it comes out of his pores, like, you know. Well, especially when he gets angry at random people at baseball stadiums. That's always the funnest thing. When he like tries to bend over into their face, it's like, you know, it's like everybody else has to move because his like bell-bottomed abdomen and his ass is like, so, I mean, I don't know, like, it's just this giant round thing, blob, planet that just like moves around, and everybody has to like freaking watch the hell out because he's gonna bop them in the head or something.
Krispy Kreme Christie? Yeah, I bet. So in Ohio, incumbent Democrat Senator Sherrod Brown announced early, saying in November 2022, I'm running in 2024 and I'm running to win. Really? You don't say. Who runs to lose? You're like, I'm running for president and I'm going to run to lose. Don't vote for me. What if fucking runs to win? God.
I mean, that's the way Joe Biden ran his campaign. Y'all know whether you're going to vote for me or not.
You can't tell me that I can sit in my basement or not. Stop it. Republicans have recently turned the traditional swing state red, with Donald Trump winning in 2016 and 2020, and J.D. Vance winning in 2022 to keep Ohio's other state seat for the GOP. So, you know, that being said, it kind of gives you a little bit of a free, you know, possibility that this incumbent Sherrod Brown might be something that he actually might just lose if there's a decent person actually running up against him. Get a good enough person to run up against him, and you could actually maybe take that away from him. Vulnerable Senate Democrats are gearing up for the race of their lives. They're doing everything they can to hide the record of rubber stamping Joe Biden's agenda in the Senate. The National Republican Senate Committee said in late June, after publishing an analysis showing a recent change in their voting patterns. Democrats are defending 23 Senate seats in 2024 compared to 10 from the Republicans. In addition, there's a special election for a seat occupied by Nebraska Senator Pete Ricketts, who was appointed to take over for the seat for former Republican Ben Sasse, who resigned to take position of president of the University of Florida. Remember, we talked about that. So there's 34 seats for the Senate that we'll be paying attention to going into that particular race. Longtime Michigan Democrat Senator Debbie Stabenow is among the lawmakers retiring from the Senate and is not seeking re-election. Wonderful. Oh, so many times wonderful. Debbie Stabenow, Democrat in herself, really needs to actually go away. I'd like to actually see Michigan try doing something different than they've ever done, but they're almost notoriously as blue as as Minnesota. They really are. They've really seriously taken themselves to that point. When's the last time that Michigan, voted red? What, probably all the way back in Ronald Reagan when Minnesota voted for Walter Mondale. That'd be my bet. That'd be my bet. I would almost think that Michigan hadn't been red since. Cook political report rates her seat as a lean Democrat, and the presumptive frontrunner in her seat has been Democrat Alyssa Slotkin, who Representative Alyssa Slotkin, but she wasn't able to clear the field. Pamela Pugh, president of the Michigan State Board of Education, is among her top tier primary challengers. So these education people, I really don't like educators actually becoming anything. Educators should stay educators and educators alone. When you are a teacher, you seriously, I don't care who takes offense to it. I really don't. When it comes down to it, teachers teach because they can't do. That's pretty much how it comes down to it. And every single educator that's actually come across to actually say that they're actually running for any form of Congress seat, mayor, governor, whatever it is, doesn't matter, suck at their job. They suck at it. Pennsylvania Democrat Senator Bob Casey has announced that he will be seeking re-election given that Pennsylvania is a swing state and that his seat is currently rated lean Democrat. It will likely be a competitive race. Casey recently had the best fundraising quarter to date. Meanwhile, state Republican leaders are reportedly encouraging a familiar face in Pennsylvania GOP politics to run for the seat. David McCormick, the former hedge fund CEO who lost by a razor-thin margin to Dr. Mehmet Oz in 22 Republican primary, is likely candidate to challenge Casey. McCormick should have actually been the guy that went up there anyway. Mehmet Oz only got there because he was popular, because of his name. McCormick should have been the guy that should have actually been there, in my opinion. It shouldn't have been Oz. Given that Republican presidential nominee, McCormick probably would have actually taken out Fetterman without an issue. Given that Republican presidential nominee was won in the state of Montana after since the mid-90s, incumbent Democratic Senator John Tester's seat is in play. While Cook political report rates his race as lean Democrat, others are projecting it as a toss-up. Given Tester is the only Democrat to hold the statewide office in a traditionally red state, a Republican has yet to announce a bid for the seat, which I guess a Republican, needs to kind of step up and just kind of be like, well, I guess I'm going to try doing this and try, doing something good. Hopefully it's somebody that actually has a good name, will actually do a good job and not be a rhino. Democrats are hoping to flip Texas Senate seat held by Republican Senator Ted Cruz. Not going to happen. I really don't see that happen. And we already kind of hit on that, that there's two people trying to hit on his seat. I don't see that actually being the deal. I really don't. They're going to split those Democratic votes, and Ted Cruz is going to run away with it. Democratic Rep. Colin Allred raised $6.2 million for the first 2 months of the campaign. Former Democrat Rep. Beto O'Rourke raised a great deal of money in his bid to defeat Cruz in 2018, but ultimately lost by about 2.5%. In the House, Democrats need to pick up 5 seats to retake the majority of the GOP won in 2022. They appear optimistic considering the GOP must defend nearly a dozen seats just in California and New York. Just in California and New York alone, over a dozen seats. Democrats appear to be most confident about winning back the Long Island, New York seat held by scandal-plagued GOP Rep. George Santos. George Santos, I mean, they say he's scandal-plagued, but how much have you actually heard about him? Exactly, that's what I was going to say. Really little, very, very little. There are 14 toss-up House races currently occupied by Republicans, 11 toss-up races for seats held by Democrats, according to Cook Political Report estimates. In California alone, Republicans are defending 7 competitive seats, the Hill newspaper reported. There's an awful lot of seats that are being contested out of the state of California. Hopefully the state of California actually wakes up to the issue and actually just goes along with it and actually vote for people that aren't Democrats for once. I don't know why, but maybe, just maybe. Idiocracy. Okay. The IRS should audit every single politician annually and twice after an election cycle. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you. What's up, Bernie Mac? Good to see you. Good to see you. I can't think of anything good anyone anymore named Santos ever did. That's I mean, but I haven't really heard bad things about this guy, really, other than they're saying that he's prone to scandal. It's like, okay. Not much of an article here, but at the same time, Iowa GOP schedules first 2024 presidential caucus for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. For Martin Luther King Jr. Day. First presidential caucus. So as opposed to actually just hitting on MLK that day to actually speak of, things in news, we'll be actually probably hitting up the Iowa Republican Party caucus and actually listening in on what they have to say. That is January 15th. January 15th will be that date that we'll actually go ahead and hear from the Republican caucus presidential nominations or nominating them or whoever's there. There'd be like 13, probably 15 people, maybe 16. Who knows? There'd be a couple more. If you go, there's Democratic primary is scheduled for February 3rd. South Carolina. This is South Carolina. They've decided to actually move their place of operation as they don't want anything to do with Iowa. Opting instead to South Carolina's primary place. Iowa is the first spot. So it's always been Iowa as long as I remember. For them to actually go ahead and switch it to South Carolina is fun and interesting in itself. Again, Republican Party scheduled theirs for the January 15th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Should be interesting. So then, as we're moving into this and getting really kind of close, activists seek to keep Trump off the 2024 ballot by using the 14th Amendment. It's only for presidents. He's not a president anymore. I just don't get it. Are you with me? This is something that you might want to actually listen to if you listen. 2 activist groups are launching a campaign to put pressure on the state governments to not allow former President Donald Trump to appear on the ballot in 2024. Next week, Mi Familia Vota and Free Speech for People are expected to start holding rallies and drop banners in the state of California, Oregon, Colorado, Georgia, according to The Hill. The groups say that the January 6th riot disqualifies Trump from running for office again. Under the 14th Amendment, they cite Section 3 of the amendment, which bars people from certain offices from having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or an officer of the United States, or as a member of a state legislature, or as an executive judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same. We're really focusing on Nevada and California, and Oregon, Colorado, and Georgia are to make sure they're taking a stand to disqualify Trump from those spaces, which is something that the Secretary of State can do. It said Hector Sanchez, executive director of Mi Familia Vota, according to The Hill. The campaign will be titled Trump is Disqualified. Trump is responsible for J6. Plain and simple, Alexandria Flores Equality says, campaign director for Free Speech for People. Failing to hold him responsible not only violates the Constitution, but it also sets a dangerous precedent in permitting violent attacks on a democracy. That's not a risk we can afford to take. If Trump were to be disqualified from running by any Secretary of State, it would be unprecedented and probably challenged in court. The groups say they still may have a shot. DeSantis needs to spend the next 4 years building a cabinet that can be trusted and list the directors of various agencies that can be trusted as well. I don't even want to think of that. I really don't. I don't want DeSantis out there. I don't want DeSantis doing anything. DeSantis really seriously seems like he's actually not. He's more of a rhino, although he's doing good things for Florida. I think he's playing games. I really do think he's playing games, and there's nothing more that's actually going to come out of this. We're actually kind of moving away from the politics a little bit and going into the news, as you can see. So it says, watch Georgia mayor arrested for criminal trespass, first-degree burglary charges, offer absurd alibi. Do you know who I am? Among the most enjoyable articles to write are those of the almost right themselves, while they're preposterous, hilarious, or downright stupid. There's a piece of, they are a piece of cake, and this one covers the above. Enjoy. Ready? South Fulton, Georgia Mayor Khalid Kamal is arrested and charged with first-degree burglary and criminal trespass after entering a home that he says he thought was abandoned. Yep, the first sentence raises the obvious question, but we'll get to that in a minute. Kamal was booked in the Fulton County Jail on Saturday and released on the same day with $11,000 in bond. The police reported obtained. Really, you take a zero off there, so you spent like $1,000, $1,100 to get out of there, right? In most states, I don't know if that's exactly what it is in Georgia, but I can assume. Never heard AmericaShirts this quiet before. Every once in a while, it depends on how he actually went through his day and if he's tired or not. If he feels that he can get a word in edgewise, or if it's even something that he's even interested in. If he's not interested in it, he's not going to say anything. Shows that dispatchers received a call on the homeowner and said that the phone alerted him that the person was in the lake house property shortly before 7 a.m. on Saturday. After the homeowner got dressed, according to the police report, he went to the lake house and watched an unknown person walk up the driveway to his home toward the house. The owner then entered his lake house and encountered a person inside. The suspect attempted to leave the house, prompting the homeowner to order him not to move or leave the premise. At that point, the unknown person, Mayor Como, lit up the homeowner like a Christmas tree while he was still on the phone. With the dispatcher, the mayor angrily said, "Do you know who the fuck I am? I'm the mayor, and I'll wait for my police to get here and see what happens then." Yeah, bad move. When officers arrived, according to the police report, Cuomo said he was simply going to the dog park and decided to stop in to look at the home, which he claimed is his dream house and wants to buy, the mayor told Fox 5 Atlanta. "I just wanted to see the house. I do apologize to the owners. I thought it was abandoned." Okay, stop the tape. So Mr. Como claimed he thought the house was abandoned, yet he was charged with first-degree burglary. Does that make any sense at all? No. If the house is abandoned, what was left to steal? Or if there were contents in the home, why did Como allegedly attempt to steal them? Inquiring sick minds want to know. After Como posted bail, he was leaving the jail. He thanked the department for the way he was treated. "I do want to thank South Fulton Police and staff and officers of Rice Street for courteous and professional service throughout the day today. The city obviously is an embarrassing situation given the own mayor was charged with criminal trespass and first-degree burglary," said in the statement. The city of South Fulton is committed to upholding the law and ensuring that all individuals, regardless of the position, are subject to the same fair and just treatment. As the investigation is still ongoing, we are unable to provide further details at this time. Did I mention that Cohen's biography of the South Fulton website states that he's a Christian socialist, and America's first Black Lives Matter organizer elected to public office. Not that it has any bearing on the charges filed against the mayor or anything. America's first Black Lives Matter organizer elected to public office, Mayor Khalid, is is leading a generation of young activists and protests to politics. The self-proclaimed elected activist has been featured in CBS, The Nation, Jacobin, a governing magazine, and other national media. With a population of 92% African American, South Fulton, Georgia is now the blackest city in America. Khalid is on a mission to make America's blackest city black and on purpose, which, not my words, these are their words. These are their words, which means in the city that's not just unapologetic, but it's demographics. But moving on purpose to be a laboratory of economic, housing, and restorative justice policies aimed at improving the lives of African Americans. Not even their mayor cannot commit a crime. Yes, terribly written. Anyway, let's just call Mayor Khalid's biography background information, shall we? Yep, background information. I just seriously, when you're the mayor, you should know. You should know. You should know which houses are occupied, which ones aren't. And you shouldn't try stealing from them when you do. Just stealing. Stealing's bad. And, well, guess what, dude? I hope you get charged to the fullest extent of the law. Like everybody else should.
I have no words as to how stupid that whole thing was.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
I got a few words out of him anyway. He has no words, but he used them. It's so awesome. So this one kind of leads to the next one. Where are we? 2.5 hours. Yeah, I mean, I think we might be able to actually push this. There's an awful lot to go. So it says racial discrimination is an important constitutional right. So I mean, Karine Jean-Pierre, cringe as she is, the historic figure that she is, continuously speaks of racism as being an important thing. Because that's just the way she is. That's the way she is. She's racist. That's what she does. That's what she knows how to do. We're not going to listen to Cringe either. We're not going to listen to her. We don't need to. Like I said, it kind of led to this. So, Tulsa Race Massacre. You remember this, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I know that there's an awful lot of people that say, I've never heard of this. And I heard of this in high school. This is something that we actually did learn about. Our history teachers did actually say something about it. There's awful lot of people that in the past, when I brought this up, had no clue what the Tulsa race riots or massacre really was. So this is Oklahoma judges throwing out the lawsuit seeking reparations for 1921 Tulsa race massacre dash in the effort to obtain some measure of legal justice by survivors of the deadly racist rampage. Judge Caroline Wall on Friday dismissed the prejudice of the lawsuit, trying to force the city and others to make recompense for the destruction of the once thriving black district known as Greenwood. The order comes in the case of the 3 survivors of the attack who are all now over 100 years old and sued in 2020 with the hope of seeing what an attorney called justice in their lifetime. Tulsa Mayor G.T. Bynum said in the statement that the city is yet to receive a full court order. The city remains committed in finding the graves 1921 Tulsa massacre victims, fostering economic investments in Greenwood District, educating future generations about the worst event in our community's history in building a city where every person has equal opportunity for a great life. A lawyer for the survivors, Leslie Benningfield Randall, Viola Fletcher, and Hughes Van Ellis, did not say Sunday whether they plan to appeal, but the group supported the lawsuit suggested that they are likely to challenge Wall's decision. Judge Wall effectively condemned the three living Tulsa Race Massacre survivors to languish genuinely to death on Oklahoma's appellate docket. The group, Justice for Greenwood, said in a statement, there's no semblance of justice for access to justice here. While a Tulsa County District Court judge wrote in a brief order that she is tossing the case based on the arguments from the city, regional chamber of commerce, and other state and local government agency. She had ruled against the defendant's motions to dismiss and allowed the case to proceed last year. Local judicial elections in Oklahoma are technically nonpartisan, but Wallace described herself as a constitutional conservative in past campaign questionnaires. The lawsuit was brought under Oklahoma's public nuisance law, saying that the actions of the white mob that killed hundreds of black residents and destroyed what had been the nation's most prosperous black business district continue to affect the city today. It is contended that Tulsa's long history of racial division and tension stemmed from the massacre, during which an angry white mob descended on the 35-block area, looting, killing, and burning it to the ground. Beyond this, those killed, thousands more were left homeless and living in hastily constructed interim camps. The city's insurance companies never compensated victims for the losses, and the massacre ultimately resulted in racial and economic disparities that still exist today. The lawsuit argued that the sought detailed accounting of the property of wealth lost to the stolen and massacre, the construction of the hospital in North Tulsa, and the creation of the Victims' Compensation Fund, among other things. A Chamber of Commerce attorney previously said that the massacre was horrible, but the nuisance was ongoing. Fletcher, who's 109, the oldest living survivor, released a memoir last week about the life she lived in the shadow of the massacre. It would become widely available for purchase in August. In 2019, Oklahoma's Attorney General used the public nuisance law to force opioid drug maker Johnson & Johnson to pay the state $465 million in damages. The Oklahoma Supreme Court overturned that decision 2 years later. What that last sentence really had to do with the rest of it is beyond me. So this has been updated to reflect the memoir, as it was probably omitted the first time. So they're like, oh, let's put it in there. Just let them know about the memoir of the oldest surviving survivor of this particular case. Judges are not caring. They're like, no, we don't want anything to do with compensating somebody for something that happened so long ago. Maybe somebody should be compensated for it. Maybe not.
Well, I mean, if you do the math, 1921, 2023, the difference of those years is 102 years. These people are just over 100 years old, which means that these people would have been nothing but infants at the time when this happened. Right. So they would have owned nothing, and they would have owned no property. They would have had no claim to anything because they were infants. So, I mean, what exactly compensation do they get? Other than, like, if a family member, like, if you could actually trace, like, somebody who was still alive today that, like, lit their house or their business on fire, or someone that was alive today that, like, killed that one of their family members or their parents or something else. And then they were like, hey, I mean, this person did X, Y, and Z. Well, then that would be more of like a criminal thing instead of just like suing the entire town. Because the story is more complex than just like, oh, Tulsa just burnt down half of itself. It's like, well, I mean, like it was a riot. It wasn't like the local government there necessarily sponsored it. There were some that thought, you know, whatever, stood back, and others that didn't. that wanted to step in, but it was just too much of a riot. So it's kind of a complicated issue.
Right.
But
Still
I
don't think
don't
anybody
think
should be
that
compensated for it.
I don't know if they themselves would have the right to claim that, like, oh, well, we need to be compensated. Unless, of course, by default of, them, being infants and then their parents being killed, or like their house being burnt down, all their possessions being destroyed, stolen, whatever, or their business or whatever it is, being destroyed, everything burned down. And they're going to say that, like, well, the city was neglectful to do anything about it. I mean, this was the most crazy, whacked out thing. I mean, people literally took out planes that they had from World War I and started like dropping firebombs. Like, it was nuts. Like, I don't know if the city of Tulsa could exactly handle all of that. That sounds like a National Guard type issue, where you like bring in the bigger guns because of a total. I mean, you want to talk about insurrection? Like, that's a freaking insurrection against fellow citizens right there. So
Right.
but I mean, so it's a bit of a complicated topic, I would say. But if you're going to talk about, like, say for example, you wanted them to have some sort of, like, these people wanted some sort of personal compensation, my opinion, from based upon what I know, you would have to prove either an individual that's alive that did it, or that or that the city itself was somehow liable because they could have done something to stop it initially or whatever. And not only did they not, but they persisted. They helped it
neglected
happen.
to do so. Right.
Right. Total neglect, or they actively were helping. So if you could prove that, well, then perhaps you have a case. But I don't think that these people would have a case just in and of themselves, like, hey, give me compensation because, well, something bad happened. And, family members of mine had something bad happen when I was like 9 months old. It's like, well, I mean, you didn't own anything yourself. So you're going to have to, like, have a little bit more there. I don't know exactly what they argued in court. I'm not saying I do, but hey, that would be, in my opinion, from based on my understanding of like, legally type of things, that'd be my guesstimation as to how that would have to go down. And so that makes the most sense to me. So anyway, and it would have to be through sort of like criminal type of an understanding. It would have to be, and again, if it's coming from the government, then it's like, okay, well, you neglected to do your job as the government to protect our rights, and so therefore you now owe us compensation. That would have to be the argument that's made. And I think the story is a little bit more convoluted and complex than people realize. I don't know if you could actually prove that, and it's well over 100 years now. Well, not well over 100 years. It's actually just over 100 years now, like 102 years now, since this has happened. So,
real quick, thank you, Rabbit, for hitting that like button, sharing those links for us. Definitely hit that like button if you haven't done so already. That's totally worth it to actually, push this algorithm through. Help us out. So then let's see here. What we got? Oh, Americans will have to restart student loan payments. Here's what to know. After 3 years of pause, borrowers will have to reckon with their student loan debt once again in October. Guess what, everybody? If you weren't paying your student loans, I raised my hand. I mean, I've been paying as much as I possibly can, but, I don't really make that much, so as far as that goes, I can only make a payment as much as I possibly can. Because of coofness and whatever else, stuff was actually stopped. It was stopped in March 2020 by the likeness of who? So student loan payments were first paused in March 2020 by the Trump administration as part of the pandemic relief measure. So those of you that were actually part of that group that actually did get get into this wherever, that were like, oh, okay, sweet, don't have to make a payment because they're not requiring me to. I mean, if you didn't have the money to do so, I get it. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. You didn't have the money. You don't have the money. You don't have the money. Nothing they can do. Other than actually come after you now, because now they're actually going to be like, yeah, guess what? Just restart payments. Let's go. So, they're going to actually send you to certain websites to actually get your information all settled and start it up again and be like, okay, this is how much you need to pay every month. You need to pay this. You need to pay that. You need to continue to do this. Others are going to, come after you for non-payment of your own student loans. It's going to happen. And of course, this is going to be one of those things that Joe Biden will run off of again, of saying that he'll actually try canceling student debt like he did the first time to get all the votes that he could possibly get from those non-paying students. Just saying, it's happening. It's right around the corner. Be ready, people.
The level of, and could you just flip it back to that photograph? Just so that we all kind of like get a grasp.
Just seriously, I closed it. So hold on. Let me see what I can do here.
Because that photograph is so exemplary of one of the major things in our society today, are these bunch of entitled brats that want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars going to whatever the hell school they want to. And they feel like they don't have to pay a dime and that all of this has to come out for them. And then it's like, oh, cancel the student loan debt. Cancel it all. Oh, protest. Oh, my God. We have to cancel this. You spent the money. You took the loan. You spent the money. It's a loan from the taxpayer. Okay? We're not free college land. You took the loan, you pay it back. Sorry if it's an exorbitant amount, but you're the dumbass. It was your dumb ass that took it out. So, I mean, I don't know what the hell else you expect. I mean, just look at this performance of narcissism right here. And like total lack of self-awareness. And they're all just shouting, can't tell that. You're the dumbass student who took it out. You pay back. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, that's just like if you take a loan
that needs to pay it back.
I'm entitled to all the money in the world to spend it however I want to, and I don't have to pay anything back. I don't have to do anything. Everybody gives me everything. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, everything belongs to me. I deserve the whole world and everything in it. Oh, my God. No, you don't. You deserve jack shit. Pardon my French.
No, I agree.
Ticks me off. Like, if you want to go to live within your own freaking means. Like, if you can't afford it, you can't afford it. But you're the dumbass who took the loan. So now you got to pay the price.
Ellie Font says AmericaShirts. Says AmericaShirts, my dumbass paid off 4 student loans today. Still have more, though. Working on it. So, I mean, there's a difference. There's a difference between you calling yourself such a thing, being that you're actually paying off your own loans, and being like these people and requiring the government to pay them off for them. What is up, Jay Greenbaum? Good to see you, brother. Sounds fantastic. Sign me up. You military, like you have student loans. Didn't military pay for that for you?
But my point is that if you don't want to live within your own means and you just want to spend everyone else's money and do whatever you want to do, I mean, you're going to have to pay it back at some point. And this is not just some sort of a free ride. And so, if you're not willing to live within your own means at all, and you just want to spend money out the wazoo, I mean, if it takes you 75 years to pay it back, oh, well, that's your decision. You decided to get that much in debt. That's your decision. And now you have to pay it off. I'm sorry. Like if your job that you're going to get for college for your, feminism 2.0 class or whatever the hell freaking insanity is at Harvard or Yale or whatever, that's useless and stupid and doesn't make you any kind of money, I'm sorry. That was your dumbass decision. Now you have to pay it off. And if you're in debt out your ass, and if you can't pay anything off, or you have to declare bankruptcy or whatever, well, then that's your problem. You decided to do this to yourself. Now, I know that there's a societal push for all of this. I know, I get it. But at some point, like there has to be some adulting, as the millennials call it, that has to take place here. And unfortunately, for these people, I don't feel as though they've grown up enough to understand that. It's insane. Some people take out college loans to go into some like medical degree or some like big, huge law degree or whatever. And then they go out and then within like several, like a decade or so, they might be able to pay that all back or whatever because their job pays them enough.
Cannot file bankruptcy on student loans. It's written in the clause. You cannot.
So then you have to keep paying it back.
Right. It's up to you to pay for it. If you can't pay for it and you pass, whatever your debt was or is gets passed on. Gets passed on to your own. It's something that you cannot walk away from. It gets paid back no matter what. And that's why there's so many people that have an issue, because they know what they're actually going to actually leave their children, and they don't want their children to actually be in debt like they are. There's a big thing with student loans. There's so many people that don't get it. So I get it. I understand it. Why? Because I'm there. Am I requiring everybody else to pay for my shit? Nope. I mean, y'all could support me here to help me pay for all my stuff that I have to pay for, because this is my job. This is what I'm doing, as well as being an at-home dad. So the support helps me pay for my stuff that I need to pay for. So it doesn't go back into the show. The show is all the work that I actually do. All that money goes to paying off all my own debts. So, yes, no. Anything that you're thinking of bankruptcies, nope. You can't do it. There's no doubt about it. That debt is yours. And that's why there's so many people out there that want this debt canceled. They want this debt canceled because there may be some that are actually sitting there paying off their parents' debts because their parents no longer with or around or whatever, but they're still, straddled with something where they can't actually file bankruptcy on because it was their parents' or bankruptcy stuff, or their parents' student loans. There's lots and lots of things to actually think about when it comes down to this particular issue of student loans.
Loans, debt, and usury are a major problem in our society today.
Definitely.
And then people's arrogance to
this is
not
student
want
loans.
to
Look at all
even
those
live
with
within
credit
their own
card
means is
loans.
also a problem. But anyways.
People go and buy credit cards or get credit cards to pay off other credit cards. It's ridiculous how compounded the monies really are when people go and borrow the way they do. Thinking that, I can live high off the hog. No, you can't. No, you can't. You're just as poor as I am. I'm just not able to actually go get the loans or dumb enough to actually go get more loans because I know that I already owe on loans. I'm not going to sit there and get more loans to pay off other loans. Ain't going to help nothing. When you die, your inheritors do not inherit student loans as long as they file the paperwork.
Oh, yes, that's right. I remember all this now that she mentions that. Right, because there's no bankruptcy with this. That's right. And that when you pass, should you pass before this is all paid off, it does inherit it. I remember all this now because I was reading that, well, at least like the abridged version, you might say, of the New York Times article that suggested to students that, hey, you know what? Death is always an option to get rid of your limbs.
Oh my fucking! Hey, when you put it that way, yeah.
Literally, they said that. So yes, now I recall all of that at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now I recall all of these incidents. Okay.
I got so
Thank
much.
you for that.
We got so much left. You ready? We should push the rest of this. Before we do, what's a little bit of a fun little break here? There was an instance. I'm gonna actually mute the sound after it actually plays for the first few seconds because I don't want the copyright claim. I don't want to deal with it. Yeah, I think you get the point. A cowboy. So you get Kid Rock song going, and you see this audience of people that are all like, "Who's here? Who is this? Who's walking through our audience? Wondering who it is." And you see these people.
Oh, it's Ron DeSantis. Oh,
like,
look, he's got
who
so
is
many
that?
support. Oh, wait.
Who is it that would show up at a UFC event?
I guarantee you it's DeSantis, right? Totally DeSantis, right?
Yeah, right. DeSantis, my freaking butt. My butt. There's like several
Nikki
different
Haley?
views of this guy come walking through. Now, there he is.
Oh, well, son of a
It's
gun.
Donald Trump.
What do you know?
Everybody is seriously cheering, clapping. He's like, "Yeah, it's Donald Trump." Shake your hand, shake your hand. Hey, give you a little kiss. I love you all. Love you all so very much. Oh, I get a seat way up here. Okay, right here. That's awesome. I'll take this one. Hi, how you doing over there? Good to see you. Hey, look. Oh, it's Joe. What's up, Joe? How you doing, Mr. Rogan? Long time no see. We should talk to each other sometime soon. He does walk up to Joe Rogan eventually and he actually shakes his hand because it's actually kind of cool. Come on, let's go. It's a few seconds here.
That whole place was thundering when Trump
walked. He found him. He's seen him. He pointed him out. He's like, "Oh, there he is. There's the guy. It's Joe. Let me shake your hand. I love you so much. Yes, Joe Rogan. It's you. I see you. I see you. It's Joe Rogan. Yep. You're smart, man. Keep doing your thing. I love you." I love it. I thought that was one of the best things that actually happened out of this weekend. I come back from camping and like sitting around with everybody or whatever, and I'm just kind of like, "Oh, what the heck is this? The American Badass." Come walk out to some Kid Rock. I'm like, "Yes, do it. That's awesome." They should play more of his music. He's great. So speaking of Donald Trump being at UFC, Tilly T, what's up? Oh my God, Donald is really you chatting. I hear. Lovely to meet you, sir. Your presidentship, sir. Yes, it is me. I'm here. Here you go. Liberals lose their mind after Guy Fieri meets with Donald Trump at UFC. They're like, let's go after this guy, for no particular reason other than the fact that he actually shook and hung out with Donald Trump. What? Really? You got to go after somebody because they actually hung out with Donald Trump. Former President Donald Trump lit up UFC 290 in Las Vegas with a surprise visit. Cheers to enter the arena. UFC legend Dana White. As reported, Trump striding in, high five the fans. It was electric. It really kind of was. It's too bad that I didn't really care about this. I didn't want to play the song because I didn't want the copyright. It was quite the comparison to Joe Biden in the same day, showing his age was shuffling forward at a beach. I didn't actually grab the article for him actually sitting at the beach. I didn't think it was something that we all wanted to see. I figured we were okay with the shirtless Joe Biden. I don't want to see that. I really don't want to see that. I don't think it's something that we all want to see. But there he is. There he is, shirtless Joe Biden.
Oh
Wonderful.
my God.
I noted Trump met with Joe Rogan. There's a handshake that was something to see. It was likely to cause the left of meltdown. He also met with Mel Gibson, but it turned out that they had a bigger meltdown over another person that he has seen at the fight. Food Network's Guy Fry. Pictures show they having what appeared to a friendly meeting, while folks at the right loved that. Folks at the left were enraged at Farai. So it's like, oh, see, there he is. He's going to shake his hand. Hey, nice to meet you. Good to see you. You got some lovely hair. It's about as good as mine. Love it. Folks on the right loved it, but the folks on the left were enraged that it would even talk to him. I really, seriously, why would you be enraged that he would even talk to him? Guy Fry is totally based, and why would you think that he would be anything near the left and anything? Some even called the boycott of the Flavortown Star and the crime of greeting Trump and having his shows taken off the air. They even flagged this to the Food Network in tweets. Talk about the unhinged reaction. They seem to forgot that they are surrounded by millions of neighbors whom they see and greet every day, who voted for Trump and support his policies, including people they may see on television. How silly if you say you like his shows, but then want to dump all over him for meeting Trump. They immediately went on to cancel him now. Even if it's loved him before, he's evil now simply by association. But what it's about is that they really can't take anyone rejecting their narrative. They want full compliance or else. It's really disgusting how far the left has actually gone. Just because he's talking to him, he's like, oh, they must like each other. Down with Guy Fry. Folks on the left, you're wrong about policies. You're wrong about Trump. You're wrong about Fry. Oh, and Fry is a pretty nice guy, too. It goes on quite lengthily here. So for another couple paragraphs, we can finish it if we want. But when it comes down to it, it's really disturbing that the left just continuously wants to cancel people. They think it's okay to cancel people for being even remotely near Trump. If that's the case, there you go. Trump 2024. See it for yourself. Let's go, Brandon. Fuck this administration and everything it's about. Yes, we know he's the most legitimate president ever, but that doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean shit.
By the way, this whole gathering there in Las Vegas, I mean, like, you had freaking Joe Rogan there, Dana White there, Donald Trump was there, you had this guy there, Mel Gibson was there. I mean, you had several people that were there. Like, that was a big time event, and lots of based men were invited to that. And the leftoids aren't very happy that any of that went down at all. But hey, notice DeSantis wasn't invited. Anyway, because we all know it's just a show. I mean, it's such a scam. It's such a scam, the DeSantis campaign and all of the Rhino Republicans at this point. Like, it's just the consultants and all these other people trying to make money, and DeSantis trying to make money off of all the funding, and then he gets to keep it all, and then it's all just like, it's just a giant money-making scheme. Of course, I think DeSantis is a bit delusional. He does think that he can win it, but hey, it is what it is. Anywho's. Let's continue here with the great Mel Gibson.
Yeah, Fieri, it's Guy Fry to me. I got you, Ellie.
Hey, he looks like he dipped his hair in a fryer. So I mean, Guy Fry, that, and he looks like he eats a lot of fried food. So
Later, Tilly. You have a good one, dear. Good to see you. All right, so Something that you might interest the shirt and see what his opinions are on these next couple articles. Mel Gibson issues warning about Hollywood's worst nightmares were real. In an interview that has surfaced featuring star Mel Gibson, where the actor tried to warn the public about Hollywood. The interview was in 1998, but resurfaced over the weekend. In the video, Australian born Gibson says, "First time I really came over here, I had a bunch of weird paranoid suspicions about what the hell was going on because there was a lot of stuff I couldn't understand, and nobody was really bothering to explain it to me." And then you go away and you think, nah, that was wrong. I mean, that's insane. Thinking I'm paranoid, I imagine that stuff. That couldn't be the reason why this so and so was acting like I couldn't. Um, and then you find out later on the track that you were exactly on track with a lot of this stuff. That some of your worst nightmares were real. It doesn't rip your life in pieces if you let it. It always pounding on the walls. These little guys, these little heathens with no soul downstairs with horns on their head. You have to make a deal with everyone else, and it's almost unspoken that you're going to be fucked over at some point by people who may have done something nice for or and it may happen in the circumstances even very purposefully, and I've often felt that. I've sat there and I have felt the knife slip firmly in between my shoulder blades and tried to have it shoved through the other side through my heart. Gibson described a rooftop meeting with New York in New York with actor Christopher Walken. He floated in sideways like one of those old vampire movies where they didn't walk but they glide. The air got cold and it was getting scary. I turned around to avoid a steady gaze at one point, and I was looking at the building at the top of the sixes on it. And so there was a huge illuminated 666 in red. And I thought, oh no, Christopher Walken is the anarchist. Gibson
Antichrist.
Or did it? Okay. Gibson. Gibson.
I mean, the 666. Like, yeah.
Has also been raising the alarms about the global child sex trafficking industry. Has been urging to watch Jim Caviezel's Sound of Freedom, which exposes child trafficking. So it kind of, they're trying to. It seems to me. This is a Slay article, so it's like they're trying to actually paint a picture of where this guy has always been. He's always kind of looked at things a little differently, a little bit more open-eyed about things that he's noticed, going on. And, this has been a while that he's actually been like this since 1998. That this particular resurface of a video actually happened where all this actually was said. So it's like he was actually, concerned about things back in 1998, thinking things were actually bigger than they actually were. Things were actually happening. So it's kind of an interesting way to paint a picture about him to make you actually think, okay, this guy's actually, been warning us of a lot of things for a long time. He's been actually awake and realizes what is actually happening and going on.
And there you can see there the picture with him and Trump at the whole
right.
That whole kit and caboodle that went on there the other day at the UFC thing. And one of the other things with Mel Gibson too, just for some context with this, is that this is even before he did the Passion of the Christ. Passion of the Christ was 2007. And this was in 98. And I think this was when when is this? He took a hiatus from Hollywood and went back to Australia and did a bunch of farming and had cattle and birthed cattle and did all this stuff he talked about before, whatever else. Then he comes back, and then after that he does the Passion. And then that sort of changes the trajectory of things in his relationship with Hollywood in perpetuity after that. So the Passion of the Christ, of course.
So then, real quick, Thanks for joining us, Tilly T. You have a good one. Sleep well, or whatever it is that you're doing. Enjoy the rest of your day. Glad you were here. Come back sometime. Definitely hit that like button, everybody. So then, this is the movie that you've been talking about. This is the movie that you've been talking about over and over again. So then here's Rolling Stone. This is a Breitbart article. Rolling Stone trashes Sound of Freedom, mocks viewers, downplay a scale of trafficking industry. Recent review of Rolling Stone attacked the anti-trafficking drama Sound of Freedom, dismissing concerns about the global child trade as a delusion. Rolling Stone's Miles Klee attended the packed matinee show in Sound of Freedom starring Jim Caviezel and walked away with the experience by suggesting attendees were Q supporters. QAnon, yep, definitely all QAnon supporters. Yep, okay. Klee panned the film, calling it a hack-eyed white savior narrative and scoffing at the white-haired audience who enjoyed it. This crowd, I could tell, would view the events depicted over the next 2+ hours as entirely literal.
Because it was.
I'm with you, hon. I'm with you. I've watched the things. I've read about it. I actually kind of, though I haven't actually seen the movie, that's exactly what it is. It's depicting exactly what they're suggesting it depicts. The child sex trade industry is disturbing and disgusting. And it's been going on for way too fucking long, and we've been allowing it to happen. And now you got places like Rolling Stone thinking that they can go around and they can actually push us around and tell us that we're old white-haired men that are all looking the same way, and we're all gonna feel the same exact because we're all QAnon. No, I'm not QAnon. I'm nowhere near that.
Yeah, all of that is just a fed up. Like all of the, I mean, that's a fact. That's a known fact at this point. That the whole Q thing was a total fed up, crazy, whack-tard nonsense insanity thing.
You get some that will actually, it's like a flat Earth debate. Some will say it doesn't exist. Some will say it does. It's you just kind of be like, yeah, whatever. Who gives a fuck? It's just another group, if it exists, of people that are just trying to make something different for themselves.
But see, what they're doing is they're trying to use their fed up to then smear people with that, because there were several tens of thousands, like 20,000, let's say, or 30,000, however many people in and around that actually like full blown believed that whole QAnon horse crap. And because of that, and that's not a very large portion of people, albeit it's a lot, but it's over the internet. So like how much of them really believed everything? I don't even know about that. But yeah, they're just trying to use that as some sort of like, yeah, this is what everything is, when it's never been anything that anybody really holds on to in America. Like, this is just insane. But again, like I said, it's just a smear campaign. So they create the thing to smear you with and then take it and then rub it in your face and be like, this is who all these people are. It's like, no, that's your created psyop insanity. Like, that's just you. Like, that's all you fed up people. That's your crap. But see, now what they try to do is try to delegitimize child trafficking because, oh, they talked about that in the quote unquote QAnon post things or whatever.
Oh, but this guy is actually saying that it fetishizes on the torture of them. That it actually goes to the other direction. That it actually goes too far, and it actually fetishizes them. Which is bullshit. It's bullshit. It's just a way to say, oh my God, you shouldn't go watch this movie if you're on the left, because it's going to actually maybe change your opinion.
Oh yeah. CNN, ladies and gentlemen, brought on someone by the name of, wait for it, Rothschild onto CNN just to tell you that you shouldn't watch it and that it's a crazy conspiracy thing because Jim Caviezel is a QAnon conspiracy theorist wacko. And so because he's the main actor, this is all just, they say it's hyper moralization. This is all hyped up. This is all twisted. This half of this stuff isn't true. Da da da. It's literally based off of the true story of the first thing that of the first mission that Tim Ballard did to go out and try and save children. It was his first mission after he left DHS, and that's what this whole thing's about. I mean, it's a literal true story, and it's like, oh well, you know, this is just overhyped. What was the word that they used? Like hyper moralization, you know, like trying to, you know, like use some sort of. They compared it to the satanic panic of the 80s and said that this is our modern day satanic panic, which, by the way, I hate to break it to people who don't like to believe this, but there was some legitimacy to that. But the whole thing with satanic panic, again, it's just another phrase for QAnon back then, because back then they were trying to introduce satanic stuff inside of society. And nowadays we have them blatantly doing it out in the public. It's not a subliminal messaging thing anymore. It's just in your face satanic stuff. So that didn't spawn overnight. See, that was the thing that built. But because, oh, satanic panic, now you can't ask questions. Oh, because QAnon, we just come up with some term, now you can't ask questions. Oh, see, after the JFK assassination, you're a conspiracy theorist if you think that anything fishy was going on with that. So let's just slander you. Like, this is what these Fed people do. This is what these people aligned with these globalist types. This is how they act. It's just a smear term. Nothing but smears. All the time. But it's so interesting to see, like, that whole, it was like 6 or 7 minute segment on CNN where they bring on a literal guy by the name of Rothschild. I mean, you can't get more conspiratorial than that. Literally bringing on someone by the name of Rothschild to tell you, don't watch a movie about child sex trafficking. It's unbelievable. And then they sit there and then they gaslight you and they tell you it's all made up statistics and hyper moralizational type stuff, and they're just trying to get you all hyped up about whatever over nothing. It's all to get you into a cult. It's just all wrong. It's all manipulation. It's all terrible, and you shouldn't watch it, and da da da. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Right. It is unbelievable, and it's
And
very
here's this Rolling
disturbing
Stone
how
person
far they're
doing
going
the
to
same
actually
thing.
right. Exactly. You have to remember, this is just the Rolling Stone writer of Klee. All these quotes are from him. So this Rolling Stone writer also attacked the movie star right into Caviezel as becoming the prominent figure in the conspiracist right, giving speeches and interviews in which he hints to the underground holy war between patriots and sinister legion of evildoers who are harvesting the blood of children. Klee blasted Caviezel for promoting the film from grossly exaggerated pictures of global trafficking industry, lamenting that he primed the public to accept Sound of Freedom as a documentary rather than delusion of fomenting moral panic for years over a grossly exaggerated epidemic of child trafficking. Here, Caviezel gets an act out some
Yeah,
of the
see, this is
drama
the
by
thing, right?
playing.
They're trying to say that this is not an epidemic, that this is not a big problem, that no, the numbers are fudged. It's not a over $150 billion industry. These children aren't being trafficked all over the world. These children aren't being sent into the United States. This isn't real. The border crisis thing with that's not real. None of this is connected. Don't ask questions. Shut up. I mean, that's what this is. I mean, this guy has literally
And
nothing to
he's
say for
actually
anything he's
exaggerated epidemic. And it's just like, yeah, no, right. It's an actual thing. It is an actual thing. So it's like, whether it's exaggerated or it's not, it's still a thing, regardless
Well, right. Like
to how
even
you
if it
feel.
was like 100,000 children a year, wouldn't that be like a big problem? Like,
Even if it's
gee,
100 children a year, it's a
I mean,
big
right.
problem.
But yet this person doesn't even want you to hear anything about some kind of a huge moral atrocity like that. Isn't that interesting?
And
None of these people
this
want you to hear about
jackhole of
any of it.
Klee, the verbiage that he used throughout the whole article is disturbing in itself. I actually had the Rolling Stone article, but then I seen the Breitbart article about it, and I'm like, much better, much better, because it kind of, there's more to it. There's more to it. So it says here, Caviezel gets cut out some of the drama by playing fictionalized version of Tim Ballard, head of the anti-sex trafficking nonprofit operation Underground Railroad Hour, in a in a feature film that cast the operator as a Batman-style savior for kids sold into trade. He added,
Well,
"Clee,
see, this is where that's total BS because he's not Batman. He's a literal real life hero who saves children. Unlike Batman, which is a fictional story about a billionaire who like puts on his bat suit and like teaches kids about narcissism and nihilism. Like it's totally different. Like this story is an actual heroic story, and it's a hopeful story, and it's a motivational and an inspirational thing because it's a real life thing. Everything in this is real life. This isn't some fake superhero nonsense movie that you go watch for like for like 2 hours and then like laugh and like giggle about something, or oh wow, big flashy CGI scenes, and then you go home and you forget all about it. Like this is real. This person is a real life hero. This person does this on a daily basis, Tim Ballard, with Operation Underground Railroad. This is a real life thing. And if you want to stop this and be inspired as much as this movie would like you to be, then they're telling you get involved politically, get involved in other ways. You could donate to Operation Underground Railroad, actually, which I will have something to say about that at a later point. Myself, but well, I won't go into that. But I mean, he's trying to say like, oh, it's a Batman style thing. It's not a superhero movie. It's not fiction.
no, it's really
it's not some cringe
It's not what it's
CGI. Like this
intended
is
to be.
real life stuff.
Right. Okay, so then this is Cleveland took to the crowd who enjoyed the film as he seized in the theater. The mostly white-haired audience around me could be relied on to gasp, moan in pity, mutter condemnations, applaud, and bellow amen at moments of righteous fury, as when Ballard declares that God's children are not for sale. The Rolling Stone writer wrapped up by lamenting over Sound of Freedom viewers wanting to spread the word about child sex trafficking, taking attention away from the issues that Klee finds worthy of Americans' moral outrage. There's a visible suffering all around us in America. He wrote, there are poor and unhoused and people brutalized or killed by people or by police. There are mass shootings, lack of health care, and climate disasters. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yep. All those
it's
things are
just
the things that we
so
should totally put in the
insane.
forefront. And we should totally not think about these kids. Don't worry about it. It's not happening at the levels that they're trying to say it is. So we shouldn't worry about it. That way they can continue to flourish to do whatever it is that they want to do. It says, and yet over and over, the far right turns to these sordid fantasies about godless monsters hurting children. He added a comparing current attention to the issue of the 1980s satanic panic to know thousands of adults will absorb a sound of freedom. This is vigilant fever dream and come away thinking themselves better informed on a hidden civilizational crisis. Well, it's profoundly depressing. Worse still, they'll want to spread the word. Clee concluded. Of course they'll want to spread the word. That's the point. That's the point. To get it and let it be known to everybody what this is about and why it's there.
See, the more these people push back against this like this, the more it makes normal people ask the question, why? Why would you not be in support of a movie that wants to end child sex trafficking. As we said, even if it's 100 children a year, like, wouldn't you want that to stop? Why are you against that? Why don't you like that idea of stopping that? I wonder. Right? Right. And then people start to associate, well, wait a minute, this is a $150 billion industry, they said. And how in the world does all this money go into all this kind of stuff? Where do all these kids go? The government just like, oh, there's 85,000 children across, like across the border that we knew of, and then all of a sudden they just vanished. Like, we don't know what happened to them at all. We have just no idea. We don't know what happened. Why? Where? People start to ask questions, and people start to come up with logical conclusions, which is that there are some people in a lot of places that do not want you to know about this, because this is organized. This is an organized crime type of deal. This is, some of this might be a little bit YouTube unfriendly, so I shall make this as polite as I can. This is a lot of powerful individuals that may or may not be involved, allegedly, right? I mean, how else do you explain a lot of things about it, right? See, people can start connecting the dots themselves, and these people pushing back on this does nothing but make people in their own minds connect the dots and go, oh boy, right? This is everywhere. This is that. Because we can see the level of pushback from certain people, certain places. Again, folks, Disney owned the rights to this movie through Fox Studios for 5 years and suppressed its release and didn't want it to air, to be put out into theaters. So, as Jack Posobiec asked on his show that he does at 2 p.m. now, he says, gee, Disney, why didn't you want an anti-PEDO film to come out? Why didn't you like that? Why didn't you like the idea of that, Disney? Gee, Rolling Stones, why don't you like the idea of, people trying to save children and inspiring people to do good things and heroic things in real life, instead of teaching people nihilism and fictional bullcrap stories about like fake superpowers that don't exist and that you'll never really learn anything from, other than to try to like make yourself out to be a god or something and like learn witchcraft or some crazy crap, or like, ooh, I got to get all these gadgets and like do everything myself and like, smash heads of everybody. Like, well, why don't you actually try to do something noble and good and decent? Why don't you support that? I wonder.
I mean, Pastor's got a point. Same people who ignored Epstein. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yep.
Bingo. And see, there you go. Right.
People.
Right. And people connect the dots. People can look and go, oh my. I mean, it's the same companies, it's the same organizations.
And then they look at us like we're the ones that are dangerous. We're the ones that are spreading information like it's something bad. It's like, well, wait a minute here. Don't you want people to actually know about the things that are actually going on in this world, and how disturbing it actually is? What we got left here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 21 different things. It's really not that much. It's really not. We're over halfway there. And this is only going to get quicker because, some of the stuff when it comes to some of these goings on with some of the people in this world, we don't like to actually delve into it too far. We really don't want to know all the logistics, and you can't watch certain videos because some of it gets really disturbing. We are in the news section of what's going on here. So, deranged gunman on scooter randomly shoots people in New York City. Says a deranged 25-year-old Hispanic male indiscriminately shot 4 people, killing 1, while casually motoring around New York City on a scooter. There is video of this young man actually going around with his gun, shooting random people. He shot an 87-year-old. And I'm not going to move anything further than that because of the video that's there. When he shoots the 87-year-old in the back, the 87-year-old then collapses immediately, and people around really just kind of stand there like looking at it like, or should I do something? And nobody does a thing. Nobody does a thing. This young man is just tooling around New York City, thinking it's okay to go ahead and release his 9mm in any direction that he feels towards anybody. It's really just kind of gross and disturbing in itself to actually see how people can actually just do whatever the fuck they want. Speaking of people doing whatever the fuck they want, father goes nuclear after he finds out doctor asked his 9-year-old son how he identifies. You know damn well if anybody came up to me and asked me if they could actually how your son identifies, they're gonna get punched in the goddamn nose. I'm sick of this shit. So sick of it. If you're gonna go around and think that it's okay to throw ignorance, and then I have to go ahead and I have to actually look at your ignorance and accept it, you're wrong.
Well, then after
You're
you punch
wrong.
him, then you can ask him how he identifies. Do you identify as a
Beaten, destroyed, or fucked up? Which one? So it says mama bears growl upon the earth and to protect the kids from predatory LGBT ideologies. Papa bears are joining in. Instead of growling, they're bellowing. Texas Republican State Delegate Sarah Fields tweeted a video of a man sitting in his car that went viral with more than 14 million views. This is why I homeschool. And when I make sacrifices, pay the private family practitioner, the world has lost its mind. I'm sharing this video here because I already know his video will be taken down on TikTok. Be forewarned, I meant it, and I said Papa Bears are bellowing. I can't. The following video contains vulgar language. I can't play any of these videos. Anybody wants any of these? Hit me up, and I'll send them to you. Otherwise, this one's through the Western Journal. It's very, very descriptive and disturbing. And I give the guy all the props in the world because he actually stood up for his child as opposed to bowing down and taking it up the ass like so many ignorant people have been doing lately. You got this guy. You remember this guy? You remember Larry Nasser? You don't?
Oh, yes.
Former gymnast doctor convicted of molesting gymnasts. This guy stabbed in prison. Thank God. I mean, maybe they didn't do a good enough job because it was only that he was stabbed. He stabbed multiple times Sunday night in federal prison in Florida. Sources told the Associated Press that Nasser was an altercation in the United States penitentiary. Coleman, the extent of the injuries is unknown, but he is now in stable condition. Nasser is stabbed in the back and the chest, according to one source. The prison house and infamous doctors of staffing shortages. One person familiar with the matter said the officers assigned to Nasser's unit were working mandated overtime shifts. Oh, go figure. Go figure. Let's blame it on somebody else, not blame it on the guy that actually did the acts to actually go ahead and feel prison justice. Prison justice. Do stupid things, win stupid prizes. That's what Nasser did. Massachusetts approves driver's license to illegal immigrants. Or migrants, I'm sorry. As border surge taxes state resources.
Well, they are illegal immigrants, but
some of these articles could be out of placement or whatever. Like this one could have probably shown up a little earlier when we were talking about border stuff with the floating materials. This should have been right around in that. But either way, Massachusetts approves driver's license for illegal migrants. You should just go ahead, give them everything that they want. Who cares? Just give it to them. It's okay. It's okay. They can have it, right?
Of course. How else are they going to vote in the elections?
Oops.
Allegedly.
You don't need an ID to vote. What are you talking about? Some states. Inmate suspected of homicide escapes from Pennsylvania jail using bed sheets. Huh. Really?
Well, how resourceful.
Just so happens that everybody gets one of those, huh? Authorities are searching Saturday for an inmate described as police are very dangerous who escaped from jail in northwestern Pennsylvania using bed sheets. Michael Burham, who last seen wearing blue denim coat with a jail white and orange pants and orange shoes, Warren police said Friday Mr. Burham was being held in arson and burglary charges. He was a suspect in a homicide investigation. He's also associated with a prior carjacking, kidnapping of a local couple. He will now also be charged with evading police, jail thing, something with leaving the jail. Something I don't know. There'd be a few things that he'll actually pick up now to enhance all that. He is considered very dangerous, and the public has asked for vigilant to report anything out of the ordinary. Officials say that he escaped from climbing and exercise equipment and using bed sheets tied together. 2 decades ago, the opposite side of the Commonwealth, an inmate being held in murder charges after bodies of unearthed in the Wilkes-Barre property took advantage of the botched repair job and used a rope fashioned from the bed sheets to shimmy down from his 7th floor cell to the Luzerne County and in the Luzerne County prison. Officials said the window repaired after the 1989 escape attempt had 2 panes that were too small and secured only with caulking, so they were easily broken out. Hugo Selinsky spent 3 days in the on the lam after the October 2003 escape after turning himself in. After an inmate was injured in the fall during the escape attempt and was recaptured, Mr. Selinsky beat 2 murder charges in 2006 trial, but was convicted of 2 murders in 2015 and was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Either way, why the other guy's stuff needed to come up, whatever, it was because he escaped the same exact way as the other guy did. He went and he pushed on a couple pieces that were very not well secured with caulk. Sounds like he might have known something before going ahead and doing this. All right, because I knew that there was a whole bunch of bullshit that was going to go through all that. There's a lot. There was a lot of disgusting horribleness. I figured I'd throw a little bit of laughter at the end of that, just to kind of give you a little bit of a roller coaster ride. Joe Biden sat down and interviewed the far left CNN hack Farad Zakaria and discussed a variety of topics. The price of oil is actually down, not up. You see, it's down. It's down from where it was, right? Oh, it's. Which one is it? Can you read the map or the graph?
Am I allowed to, or is the FBI out my window going to arrest me? I don't know.
Is it up or is it down?
I'm going to say that it's down because that guy in the black SUV looks a little scary. So we're going to say it's down.
I got to stop the screen for a second.
Number 2, the price of oil is actually down, not up. And it's not because they have done one thing or the other, but the world's changing. Our policies relative to renewables are real.
Okay, that's a little interesting. He says number 2 is down. So, does that mean that, is this like some secret lingo to his staffers of change my diaper? That could explain why it sounds like he is saying that the price of oil is actually down.
The world's changing. Our policies relative to renewables are real.
That last sentence cannot be explained, unfortunately.
So is he saying because the price of the dollar is up, or the cost of the dollar is up? that though it looks like it's higher than it was, it's actually lower because the dollar's worth less. Speechless. Joe Biden took a strategic.
I mean, what it actually reminds me of, something like this.
Well, if anybody think if we were doing it for the first time now in the 21st century, going into the 20th, from the 20th century going into the second quarter of the 21st century, that we'd say 12 years is enough? Think 12 years is enough going into 20, 30, 40, 50?
I mean, I just can't follow all of that.
On Monday, the U.S. Department of Energy announced that it would purchase about up to 3 million barrels of oil strategic petroleum reserve after the Biden regime aggressively drained the U.S. stockpile. The record-breaking 180 million barrels was released from the SPR by the Biden regime. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the SPR held about 638 million barrels of oil that Biden took office in January 2022 or 21. It has dropped to its lowest level since 1983, today at 362 million barrels. So, lowest amount of barrels ever being held in our strategic petroleum reserve. Maybe that's the number that he's talking about that's down. Recall Joe Biden wanted to fill the strategic reserve with $80 per barrel oil just 3 years ago. The Democrats blocked President Trump from filling the strategic oil reserve at $24 per barrel. So it really doesn't, the math doesn't add up correctly, no matter how you look at it, to actually tell me that gas is down right now or oil is down. That's a straight up blatant lie. The graph proves it. And go ahead, take my ESG score for me. I don't really give a shit. Don't really give a shit. That was fun. Did you like that? Little break before we go into this next bit.
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
Yeah, look at this smart guy. Miss Universe Netherlands 2023 winner named Ricky Valerie Cole scripts history, becomes first ever transgender model to be crowned Miss Netherlands. She gets they get to
I
go
like
on.
it. It, I feel, is more appropriate.
This world is getting even more and more ridiculous every day. So now this is the thing. They won the Netherlands.
It won.
So they
it
Ricky Valerie Cole. I'm guessing Richard. What's another name for Dick? Oh, way to go, Ricky. Was just scripted history, becoming the first ever transgender to be crowned Miss Universe Netherlands. Ona Moody, reigning the esteemed Universe Netherlands 2022, gracefully joined hands with are Booney Nola and dazzling Miss Universe 2022 to bestow the crown upon the successor. Ricky was up against 9 contestants in a fierce competition. Padme Lakshmi, enrolled in a lawyer by the Bar Council, becomes Kerala's first transgender advocate. Ricky is a 22-year-old resident of Breda. She is a Dutch Moroccan descent and recently crowned Miss Universe Netherlands 2023. Ricky Valerie Cole is poised to proudly represent her nations alongside the national flag at the highly anticipated 72nd Miss Universe 2023 pageant in El Salvador. '72nd Miss Universe 2023 pageant in El Salvador. Highly anticipated one. Yes, that's what everybody's looking forward to. How many transgenders will be up on the stage? Amidst the gathering the global beauty and talent, the reigning Miss Universe 2022, our Booney Gabriel, will graciously pass the crown to her deserving successor during the grand finale. First transgender fashion show organized by is being awareness towards third gender people. Third gender people? They look hideous.
It looks hideous. The thing.
According to the World 360 News, Ricky went on to voice the role model of the queer community. Another gem, singer Kim Petras, made history as she became the first transgender woman to win the award for a pop duo group performance in the 65th Annual Grammy Awards on February 6th. In a remarkable achievement, the singer, alongside non-binary British artist Sam Smith, claimed the prestigious award for the captivating collaboration. Unholy, adorned by the matching red attire, an artist made striking entrance, stepping into the stage. As they stood side by side, said Smith graciously positioned himself behind Kim and entrusted her with the honor of accepting the award from none other than Madonna herself.
Oh my God, it's a whole brothel of Satanism.
They should never be able to exist. I gave you a chance. There's another article about that. Like I said, some of the stuff, I try my dangest to actually separate stuff out. Not really sure how far I really want to go with this. It's like these two should have been actually down further. We would actually hit on this a little bit potentially. It's kind of disturbing, as this is actually something that's just come to light with in the last day. Really seriously has to be more to it. I'm thinking I might actually take this particular article and actually keep it and see if anything updates, and maybe you'll get a short from me tomorrow afternoonish. Just saying. Like I said, we go through so many articles to get to where I was today. There's so much. This guy's, yes, 3 teens charged with murder after a plot to egg a home escalated in gunfire. This is 3 Georgia teenagers were charged with the murder after ongoing lovers' quarrel led them to egg a man's house and then shot him after he confronted them. Sydney Mana, 18, not a teenager. Jeremy Munson, 19, not a teenager. You're an adult. And Mackenzie Davenport, 19. Oh, guess what? You're also an adult. We're egging a home of Jonathan Gilbert, also known as Taylor Lane. On July 3rd, the Spalding County Sheriff's Office, in the statement, in the midst of vandalism, Gilbert came outside unarmed to confront the trio. The suspects ran back to the car, and as Gilbert approached them, Sydney, the backseat passenger of the car, produced a firearm and shot him multiple times. The suspect then drove away, leaving Gilbert dead in the middle of Dobbins Mill Road. After receiving the call of a man finding Gilbert dead at the scene, police said the witness provided them with information connected to the shooting. Authorities were then able to locate the cell phone number tied to them, and the suspects were tracked to the location of the neighboring Henry County. A search for the area led to police finding a vehicle that they believe was used in the crime, as well as the gun they believe was used to shoot Gilbert. All three teens were charged with malice, murder, battery, and criminal trespassing. Munson and Manow have also been charged with murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime. Why does the other one get it? Because he was also the driver of the car. Dixon said that the three teens were all culpable, just as they were had each pulled the trigger themselves. Each and every single one of them. Each one of these teens is now on the life path of horrible, disgusting, disturbing life in prison. Because they went to the level, as opposed to just egging a house and actually being like, oops, yep, I egged your house. I did it. They actually now are going to prison for murder. They went to egg a house and victim confronted them while they were doing it. He lost his life. They drove off and left his body in the middle of the road. Together they brought that ticket. Now together they can ride that ride. I mean, I agree with them. You do the crime, you pay the fine. And that's what it comes down to. If you can't, then you sit the time, and that's what it comes down to. You do what you need to do for committing the crime. Now, will they get life? Probably not. As they're 19 years old or whatever. They'll probably be released in their 40s. Just saying. Vermont police officer 19 dies in crash while burglary suspect she was chasing. A Vermont police officer was killed and 2 other officers were injured, and a burglary suspect crashed into 2 police cruisers pursuing him. Rutland City Police Officer Jessica Bighausen, 19, was killed on Friday afternoon. The crash happened and the police chased the vehicle driven by Tate, 20, a suspect in attempted break-in of the house. Evidence indicates that Mr. Rayum crossed the center line and collided head-on with Bighausen's cruiser. The suspect's truck also hit another police cruiser. Miss Bighausen was pronounced dead at the scene. 2 other officers and Mr. Room were taken to Rutland Regional Medical Center for what they believed was non-life-threatening injuries. Mr. Room was transferred to University of Vermont Medical Center in Burlington. State police said that the investigation of role of impairment and speed played into the crash. We're working in Rutland County State's attorneys for potential charges. It's not immediately known if Mr. Room is being represented by an attorney. Well, he will be. He will be, because he just murdered this young lady because he was running from the cops. What is the need for resisting arrest? What is the point? I don't get it. People sit seriously all the time sitting there trying to resist, trying to run, trying to evade, trying to do whatever it is. You're not going to get away. Has anybody ever thought that somebody actually did get away? If they did get away, it wasn't for long. They have license plate numbers. God. Miss Bighausen out of Vermont started working with Rutland Police Department in May as a part-time officer. State police was scheduled to start training in August at Vermont Police Academy, became full-time officer. We're hurting right now, said Rutland City Police Chief Brian on Friday as he asked the community support. According to Rutland Herald, Miss Bighausen had wanted to be a police officer since she was 9. Mr. Kilcullen said she did an internship with the police department during high school. She always had a smile on her face. We were looking forward to having her as part of our family. So, these teenage this particular person who did you actually give it? Did you catch the person? Doesn't sound like they actually caught the person. Or Tate Rome. This 20-year-old man kills this young lady for no reason whatsoever, other than his own ignorance of running from the cops. And there's this. I think that's the main reason that I bring these up all the time. How I was kind of thinking the same thing. How is she a cop at the age of 19? I mean, as long as she was able to actually pass all the stuff and do all the things that she needed to do. She already had some of it because she was a student that actually took classes with them or whatever. I'm sure we'll hear more about this Tate Rome dude at the age of 20. It's probably something that you might actually hear of in the future, on what kind of charges he actually gets for actually killing this young lady. Yes, I believe you should get charges. Oh. We just kind of bring some things up here and there, whatever. Anna Kasparian, you want to talk about her? "40% of Brown University students identify as LGBTQIAAP2S+. Wonderful. 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 I want to know what their education level is actually going to be once they come out. Will they actually have an education level? It will be higher than 40%. Latest data outlines the 2010-2023 identification of LGBTQIA+ are almost tripled among the student body of Providence, Rhode Island University. About 14% in 2010 saying that they're not heterosexual to 38% now. The World's Spring 2023 poll found that 38% of the students do not identify as straight, over 5 times the national rate. Over the past decade, LGBTQ plus identification has increased across the nation, with especially sharp growth at Brown.
All I have to say is that not only is this woke-tard cultural bullcrap obviously doing this, but pornography is destroying society. And it's all connected. And yeah, we're destroying ourselves. Collectively, of course, not individually per se.
Yes, but, collectively. We're helping each other by making each other believe something as stupid as it is okay for they to do what it is that they want. It's horrible, very disturbing.
In other words, they're teaching people to objectify others themselves and abuse others and themselves. They're depressed, angry people who hate themselves. So that's the way they have been taught to see themselves and the world around them, not to have any respect for anyone or anything else.
So, there's one thing that little girls like dolls so much. Barbie. Little girls like to play with Barbie dolls. I mean, some boys like to play with Barbie dolls too. They usually rip their heads off, or they're the girlfriends to the G.I. Joes, or something. Maybe it's something that they smash their bear into, over and over again until they feel pleased. Boys do different things with Barbie dolls. Just saying. The Dylan Mulvaneyization of Barbie In a new Barbie movie where the transgender actor born as a man who is playing the Barbie as a doctor, it's far the most important thing in the world, but it's one that many wake up calls to the culture today. In the 1980s, the campaign I still have in my head had girls declaring, "We girls can do anything, right, Barbie? It's just a toy." But taking the girl from Barbie does seem to take away from the point of Barbie. I half expected to find out that actor Dylan Mulvaney himself was in the Barbie movie. Bud Light is regretting making Mulvaney the spokesperson. I refuse. Oh, it actually says spokesman. Spokesman for the once number one beer in America. I suspect that they won't be the same backlash. People boycotting Barbie as they're boycotting beer, but Barbie seems more significant. As silly as it may seem for a girl, Barbie introduced beauty. Even if very few of us were ever going to look like her, the vocational opportunities Ken's head might have popped off. But there was in the playing of the dolls something to be said even about interacting with men. Differences were suggested even if the dolls didn't have all the accurate parts. The Dylan Mulvaneyization of Barbie robs girls of something of their own. I have no illusions that Mattel is the beacon of all the good and innocent about the young girl, but in become associated with the gender ideology, that is a aspect of Barbie world adds to the confusion that the children are already drowning in and pain. It's hard for a girl to, especially as she grows out of Barbie years and deals with the. I seriously, I can't finish this. I just can't. I can't. Look at how long this article is, and look how how dumb. They bring up. There you go. There it is again. They bring it up. There's a movie in the theaters right now about sex trafficking and children. Sound of Freedom. In one scene, is a man that is becoming a rescuer talks about the moment that he realizes that he had just done this to a 13-year-old girl. Thought he was hired as a woman. He looked into her eyes. He remembers. He saw sadness and realized it was the reason for her sadness. So I mean, it's so deeply disturbing how men have gone and taken over everything. Grow up. Stop thinking that women are better than you or that you need to become one to be a better person. That's ignorant. It's fucking stupid. Ripped Barbie's head off and played with the G.I. Joes and climbed in trees. As a tomboy today, I would be told that I am a boy and would have my body parts cut off. No, right? Exactly. I grew up with so many girls. I hung out with the girls. I really didn't hang out with the boys. I hung out with all the other girls that were in the neighborhood or whatever, and every single one of them was pretty much just that. They were pretty much tomboys. They all wore jeans, ran around, played games, did all the same stuff that all the boys did. They didn't go around and sit there and whatever, fluff their hair, powder their nose, or whatever else doing. None of that. None of that. They had nothing to do with any of that. But yes, nowadays they would be. But surprised, I love being a woman, married to a man, and giving birth. Children are a blessing in their own. They really are. Damaged solar panels from hailstorms. We're going to go into this little weather phase at the very end here. This is a bunch of weather, and then we get into a little bit of a fun at the very end. It says damaged solar panels from hailstorms will likely end up in landfills because recycling isn't possible. Again, the ignorance of people on this earth. This article probably should have been a lot sooner. Should have been probably within the politics side of things, maybe. Are you with me, America Shirts? I don't think he is. Nighty night, sleepy child. A new report that said many solar panels damaged by hailstorms last month will likely end up in the landfills, although some panels in the Scottsbluff Community Solar Project in Nebraska will be usable, and many will be too badly damaged, according to the Cowboy State Daily. According to CBS, more than 90% of the panels were dumped in landfills when they were damaged, affecting the reach of the end of the usefulness. As of 2030, CVS said that the panels would take up about 3,000 football fields worth of landfill space. Of course it will. It doesn't just all of a sudden compress down to absolutely nothing. Of course it will. You see these fields and fields of solar panels, and you can see these ones. These ones are all damaged by hail. You can all these cracked panels in there. Every single last one of those has to get shoved into a landfill to contaminate the landfill with toxin of the stuff that's actually made of. Oh, those fossil fuels that we're all so afraid of. In late June, a thunderstorm dumped a baseball-sized hail on a solar farm at the speed of 150 miles an hour, destroying the facility in just a few minutes. Cowboy State Daily reported the storm moved east out of Wyoming, where it wreaked havoc across the state line and sold it to Scottsbluff, Nebraska. Scottsbluff city manager Kevin Spencer told Cowboy State Daily, just by looking at it, it looks like it's destroyed to me. Right in the outlet, Kevin Killo reported the hail shattered most of the panels of the 5.2 megawatt solar project, sparing an odd panel like the missing teeth and a white smile. And you can see there again another picture of the exact. You can see all the ones that are shattered. You can see all the ones that are shattered that are actually going to be disposed of, in a recycling field or in a landfill and stuffed into the ground and left to contaminate the ground. It won't break down. It's not going to. There's no way it's going to. Ooh, can we insult Greta? Sure, why not? I don't care. Grant Otten, spokesman of the Nebraska Public Power District, which owns the solar farm, said the decision have not been finalized, according to the Cowboy State Daily. They're still working through their process. The report said recycling is not often a viable option for damaged or discarded solar panels. The solar panel has very little mineral content relative to the volume of the panel. But it's enough to still go ahead and disturb the area. It is not recyclable. So is it just not something that we can do to recycle in the sense he said? Polysilicon can't ever be recycled back to polysilicon. If it's fake cycled into sand, it would be absolutely toxic. Randolph wrote to the Substack article that at best, panels have $6 worth of silver if it could be refined. However, he said it's not possible. You can't recover the silver. It doesn't work that way. The article appeared originally in the Western Journal. For those that are now questioning why we actually think that green energy would be a good thing, here you go. One hailstorm just destroyed this whole thing, gets to destroy the earth, and they're going to go ahead and they're going to try replacing it. That's a lot of money to replace all that. To what? Go happen again next year? Ignorance. Campfire ban in most of the British Columbia state of emergency is sticking announced as wildfire numbers spike. So us in British Columbia is having rainstorms, but at the same time, lightning has spurred more fires. Uh-huh. Sure they have. Way to go, Canada.
I read something that said that all of the fires in Canada are supposed to continue to rage up and into through the winter. So for the rest of this year, Canada's just going to be, on fire, because that's totally natural.
There it is. 315 active fires currently in British Columbia.
By the way, just for numbers, like, how many hundreds of thousands of acres in Canada are now burned? How many was it? It was like, I listened to the numbers, somebody say over the weekend of how many, but I'm pretty sure we're well over 100,000 acres of land. How much is it?
Ridiculous. Ellie says, I've known for years that it's not really green. I know, right? There's so many of us that have actually known for years that solar power and wind power was not green.
Hold up. I was completely wrong. Totally wrong on that number. Scratch that number completely. That number that I said, just scratch it and throw it out. Act like it never happened.
I don't remember it anyway.
The number is 9,215,125 hectares, or
hectares.
22,771,070 acres burned as of July the 9th.
That's ridiculous.
With 815 active wildfires, 495 of which have been declared out of control. So that's over 50% of them are declared out of control.
Ridiculous.
An average cumulative area of 499,465 acres. So let's just say an average of 500,000 acres could be burned. Wait. 10-year average of cumulative area burned is 500,000 acres for the day of July 9th. Cumulative. Anyways, but I don't know, I'm tired. I'm reading that wrong. But
no, you're okay. We're almost done here. We're down to our last 3 articles. They're gonna move through here real quick. I know there's just a long day. We're actually over 4 hours already.
You don't say.
Yeah, I know. And I knew it was going to be quite the lengthy show because of the weekend and the way it was. So this is flash floods, extreme heat, and unrelated solar storm to strike the United States. A huge solar storm will make landfall Thursday, but has nothing to do with the extreme rainfall or heat heading America's way throughout the rest of mid-July. The solar storm forecast for Thursday may bring the northern lights down to as far as south that they will be visible in at least 17 American states, according to the Associated Press. While the massive solar geomagnetic storm is something we should definitely be very worried about here on Earth, the one heading our way will mostly just bring a pretty lights to our skies, hopefully. The AP listed Alaska, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, New York, New Hampshire, Vermont, Indiana, Maine, and Maryland as the best states to be able to see the show, but residents may be dealing with some other crazy phenomena instead. So then you can kind of see some aurora stuff going on or whatever, some solar flares that turn green and purple. It's really kind of pretty to actually see lights coming out of the north. It's actually kind of fun. A considerable flood threat hit New England on Monday, with thunderstorms and intense downpours expected to last through Tuesday, according to the National Weather Service. At least one woman was killed in Orange County, New York, while more than 25 million others were under serious flooding alert. On the West Coast, extreme heat is expected to last through the weekend. In much of the desert states, extremely hot weather in California will only compound problems caused by excessive snowfall through the winter, while many waterways are already reclaimed. That was once their land. I wouldn't be surprised if more portions of the state are underwater just from melt waters, while the rest bakes under the temperatures well into the hundreds. So lots of temperatures, lots of things going on. Some cool, lights from, for those northern states to, potentially catch. Like I said, we're kind of going to a little bit of weather, but these last two, they kind of go away from the weather a little bit. This one's kind of sad and scary, disturbing. This is tourist dies at 5-star hotel after going down a water slide. So you're not going to be able to show the video, but this is a tourist was killed after he actually slid down. I believe it was the yellow water slide. And when he actually comes down the slide, he went head first, hitting his head, causing injuries that caused him to become deceased. Always follow directions and rules. This should have probably been earlier in this with the other random articles of people doing stupid things. Oh wait, that's why I put it right here, because these guys right here. TikTok boat jumping challenge that sees people jumping off vessels moving at high speeds is blamed for 4 deaths in Alabama. As cops hold my beer, I got this one, cuz. As cops says victims broke their necks instantly. Horrible. It's so sad. Don't do things because the people on TikTok do them.
Don't do things on TikTok. Get rid of it. It's killing your brain cells and it's going to kill you. Stop using TikTok. Get off of it. There you go.
TikTok themselves removed the video.
I'm surprised they did.
TikTok boat jumping challenge that sees people jumping from the rear of vessels while moving at high speeds. The challenge has been popularized on TikTok, involves individuals engaging in dangerous water activities. Those participating in the challenge launch themselves from the rear of the boat and into the wake behind it as the boat continues to move. When officials into the wake of the boat, are you freaking dumb? Are you dumb?
These people? Yes.
Those participating in the challenge launch themselves from the rear of the boat and into the wake behind the boat and continues to move. Now, officials in Alabama have said that the new fad has claimed the lives of 4 people after they broke their necks instantly. Officials said that the last 6 months, they had to deal with 4 drownings that were easily avoidable. Do you feel good about yourself with your smile on your face that you actually just filmed this guy actually just do this? I'm surprised they left a couple of the pictures up. Captain Jim Dennis of the Childsburg Rescue Squad. Last 6 months, we've had 4 drownings and easily avoidable. They were doing TikTok challenge where they get in the boat going at a high rate of speed. They jump off the side of the boat. Don't dive. They're jumping off feet first. You just kind of lean into the water. Duh? You belly flop? You're definitely going to hurt yourself. Especially if it's going at that high rate of speed. That whiplash that breaks your neck. Seriously? How ignorant can you be? Before that responded to jump off the boat, they literally broke their neck. Captain Dennis continued, I think people, if they're being filmed on camera, I think they're more likely to do something stupid because they want to show off in front of their friends for social media. He said one incident in February, the victim was a father with his 3 children and wife and other loved ones on the boat. With his death being recorded, they said that the most recent incident in Alabama occurred in May, involved a middle-aged man. TikTok footage of the crash shows people throwing themselves from the rear of the fast-moving boats into white water. One video believed to have been captured in Lake Norman, North Carolina, and shows 5 people jumping and backflipping into the water. Not going to play the video. Not going to play the video. Not going to do it. Not that dumb. After the news in Alabama over recent days, the footage, which is originally shared in 2021, is inundated with comments warning of the deaths. One person commented, "That's so dangerous, not cool." Another posted, "So dangerous, 4 people have broken their necks and died from this." This is not the first trend of the claimed lives has gone around the social media app, with 2 teens dying for participating in a Benadryl challenge. It's these people, usually kids, swallow multiple antihistamine tablets to induce hallucinations before posting videos of their experience. Jacob Stevens, 13, died in April of this year after Chloe Marie Phillips, 15, died in August after partaking in that trend. Seriously, stop. Stop partaking in TikTok trends. Stop it. It's not necessary.
Stop partaking in TikTok in general or anything to do with it.
It's very dangerous to do most of these things. Why it just so happened to claim so many people, so many lives out of Alabama, is beyond me. It's really kind of disturbing to think that that's the case. All right. Wow. All that being said, thank you all so very, very much for being here tonight. If you hadn't done anything at all, hit the like button. And then make yourself over to AmericaShirts.com.
With the most base t-shirts on the planet, use the discount code of Koolfrogg, you get 15% on anything in the store. And I'll be having an announcement about what I will be doing with the store here sometime this week. I shall be setting that up, arranging that. So totally go check my Rumble out, where I'll be making that announcement officially, and I will then afterwards probably talk about it here. But go sub on my Rumble as well. AmericaShirts, capital A, capital S, all together, one word. Search it, you'll find it. Go see the movie Sound of Freedom if you haven't. You need to. I also have videos explaining some things about that on my Rumble. So again, go check my Rumble channel out, as well as, of course, my website, AmericaShirtsAreFirst.com. That is AmericaShirtsAreFirst.com. If you'd like to support me, you go there, you buy a t-shirt. Go at the top of the page, see all the shirts, click the button, go there, takes you onto the shop page, you see everything. I have a plethora of t-shirts to choose from. I have my my new shirt line out thus far, the Abolish the Triple Letter Agencies. There shall be others as well coming along, but there are so many, plenty ones there. Go check them all out at AmericaShirtsFirst.com. Check them out, ladies and gentlemen. Most based shirts, fantastic shirts. You need them in your life. You're missing out if you don't have them. Several reviews of people that they have left to me personally about how they love it and that's very comfortable. So, and it looks very good. So, go check it out.
And of course, if you haven't done so already, make sure that you hit those like buttons, share this stuff out to all those places that you like to share things to. Subscribe to me, subscribe to AmericaShirts, subscribe to everybody and anybody that you actually find interesting. Even if you don't subscribe to them anyway, you'd be surprised what subscriptions actually do for anybody and everybody. It's always a good time here. We do love you all so very, very much. We'll see you tomorrow. Probably not for a 4.5 hour show. Probably not.
Cool beans.
Thank you again. I'm going to see if I can't redirect this audience to anybody. I really don't know if there's anybody that's available that's still up at this ungodly hour. Oh, looks like the ranting monkey does and is still going. So if we'll go to him, we'll get redirected to the ranting monkey. If you don't want to go to the ranting monkey, thank you for being here, and don't forget to come back. Why can't I redirect to her? Okay. Looks like Clumsy is actually still running as well. Peace. Later. Love you.